Welcome, travelers, to the eternal cycle of death and rebirth that flows through the Avatar universe like the very breath of life itself. Tonight, we journey through the final moments of those who shaped the world, heroes and villains, spirits and mortals, all bound by the same inevitable truth that what begins must end. From ancient warlords to beloved avatars, each death carries weight, meaning, and the promise of continuation. So settle into comfort, let your breathing slow, and drift with us through these tales of endings that became beginnings, of sacrifice that became legend. Welcome to the ancient deaths that shaped the Avatar world before the first Avatar ever walked between the physical and spirit realms. In these earliest times, when the boundaries between human ambition and spiritual consequence were still being written in blood and sorrow, we encounter the warlord Taz and the tragedy that would echo through generations, teaching lessons about power, loss, and the inexorable justice that flows from the spirit world. When mortals forget their place in the greater tapestry of existence. The Fire Islands existed in a time before the Fire Nation had consolidated its power, before the great war machines would thunder across continents, when scattered territories were ruled by petty tyrants whose cruelty was limited only by the reach of their armies and the depths of their imagination. Taz ruled these volcanic archipelagos with the casual brutality that marked so many who confused strength with wisdom, who mistook the ability to inflict suffering for true authority over the forces that governed human destiny and spiritual balance. His palace rose from black volcanic stone that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, its towers reaching towards skies that were often clouded with ash from the restless mountains that formed the backbone of his domain. The architecture spoke of paranoia and grandeur in equal measure, with defensive walls that could repel armies, while interior spaces designed to overwhelm visitors with displays of wealth accumulated through systematic exploitation of everyone within his reach. Tapestries depicted his victories over rival warlords, while sculptures celebrated conquests that had brought him control over trade routes and mineral deposits that funded his expanding military forces. The annual tributes that Taz demanded from every village in his territory were not merely taxes but demonstrations of absolute submission, carefully calculated to extract maximum wealth, while leaving just enough resources for communities to survive until the following year's collection. Gold and silver, precious stones and rare woods, the finest crafted goods, and the most beautiful young people to serve in his palace. Nothing was too valuable or too personal to escape his grasping reach. When the tribute collectors arrived with their scrolls and their threats, the village that dared to refuse his demands was small and remote, nestled in a valley where volcanic soil had created unusually fertile farmland that supported families who had lived there for generations without bothering anyone or seeking anything beyond the quiet prosperity that came from honest work and mutual cooperation. Their leader was an elderly woman whose wisdom had guided the community through droughts and storms, whose gentle authority had resolved disputes and organized collective efforts that had made their settlement a model of peaceful cooperation. When Taz's collectors arrived with their usual demands, she stood before them with calm dignity and spoke words that would seal the fate of everyone she had spent her lifetime protecting and nurturing. The tribute demanded that year included not just material goods, but also the village's children, who were to be taken to serve in the warlord's palace, in capacities that the collectors refused to specify, but everyone understood would be degrading and dangerous. Her refusal was simple and absolute, delivered with the kind of moral certainty that comes from understanding that some prices are too high to pay regardless of the consequences that refusal might bring. She told the collectors that the children belonged with their families, that no amount of gold or threat of violence would change this fundamental truth, that the village would rather face whatever punishment Taz chose to inflict than participate in the destruction of their own future through the sacrifice of their most precious treasures. The collectors departed with expressions that mixed surprise with something approaching respect. But their professional duty required them to report the village's defiance to their master, who received the news with the kind of cold fury that had made his name feared throughout the Fire Islands. Taz had built his power on the foundation of absolute obedience, and any challenge to his authority threatened to inspire similar resistance throughout his territory, potentially undermining the entire structure of fear and submission that maintained his control. His response was swift and comprehensive, designed not merely to punish the defiant village, but to send a message to every other community that might be tempted to follow their example. Rather than simply destroying the settlement and killing its adult population, which would have been efficient but forgettable, he chose a form of vengeance that would create lasting trauma and serve as a warning that would be remembered for generations. The raid came at dawn when the children were gathered for their morning meal, their voices creating the cheerful chaos that marked the beginning of each day in a community where young life was celebrated and protected. Taz's soldiers moved with military precision, surrounding the village before anyone could react, their armor gleaming in the early light, while their faces remained hidden behind masks that transformed them from human beings into instruments of impersonal terror. The kidnapping was conducted with brutal efficiency, children torn from their parents' arms while the adults were held at sword point and forced to watch their most precious relationships being severed without possibility of rescue or negotiation. The youngest victims cried for their mothers, while older children tried to protect their smaller siblings, their courage and love making the scene even more heartbreaking for those who were forced to witness the destruction of everything that had made their community meaningful. Taz himself supervised the operation from horseback, his presence adding personal malice to what might otherwise have been regarded as simple military action. He made certain that every parent saw his face and understood that their children's fate was the direct result of their leader's defiance, that the suffering about to unfold could have been prevented if their community had simply accepted his authority without question. The children were loaded onto carts and driven away while their families stood helpless, their cries echoing across the valley until distance finally muted the sound of grief that would never truly end. The warlord's final words to the assembled villagers were a promise that their children would never return, that their fate would serve as a permanent reminder of what happened to those who forgot their place in the hierarchy of power that he had established throughout his domain. Days passed into weeks without word or sign of the missing children, their absence creating a silence that was more devastating than any sound of mourning could have been. The empty houses where laughter had once filled rooms now stood as monuments to loss, while the playgrounds and schools where young voices had created the music of hope became places too painful for adults to enter without being overwhelmed by memories of what had been taken from them. The mothers bore the heaviest burden of this imposed grief, their bodies remembering the weight of children who would never again run to them for comfort, their arms aching with emptiness that no amount of activity or distraction could fill. Sleep became elusive as they strained to hear voices that would never call their names again, while waking hours stretched endlessly through routines that had once been structured around the needs and schedules of children who were now beyond all earthly care and protection. One by one, these women began to fade in ways that no medicine could address, their life force gradually diminishing as their will to continue existence was eroded by grief too profound for human consciousness to bear indefinitely. They stopped eating regularly, stopped maintaining their homes, stopped participating in community activities that had once provided meaning and connection. Their conversations turned inward, focused on memories and regrets, questions about their children's fate that would never receive answers. The first to die passed away quietly in her sleep, her body simply ceasing its functions when her spirit could no longer find reasons to animate flesh that had become a burden rather than a blessing. Her funeral was attended by the entire remaining community, their shared sorrow creating bonds of understanding that words could never achieve. But her death was just the beginning of a process that would claim every mother who had lost a child to Taz's vengeance. Within months, the cemetery held graves for women who had died not from disease or violence, but from the simple impossibility of continuing to exist in a world that no longer contained the children who had given their lives meaning. The village that had once been known for its fertility and prosperity became a place marked by monuments to maternal love that had proven stronger than the will to survive separation from its objects. The fathers and other community members who survived this period of devastating loss found themselves witnesses to truths about love and grief that they had never imagined could exist in human experience. The depth of maternal connection that these deaths revealed challenged every assumption about the relationship between physical existence and spiritual attachment, showing how completely the loss of children could destroy the foundations that made continued life seem possible or worthwhile. But the consequences of Taz's cruelty extended far beyond the immediate victims of his calculated revenge, creating spiritual disturbances that would eventually reach across the boundary between the physical and spirit worlds to deliver justice that human law could never provide. The children's suffering and the mother's grief had created resonances in the spirit realm, calling forth entities whose existence was dedicated to protecting innocence and punishing those who violated the sacred bonds between parents and children. The Kamurikage began to appear in the warlord's dreams before manifesting in his waking world, their presence creating an atmosphere of supernatural dread that no amount of military strength or political authority could dispel. These dark spirits moved through his palace like smoke, given form and purpose, their appearances becoming more frequent and more disturbing as the weight of his crimes accumulated beyond what the natural order could ignore or forgive. At first, the manifestations were subtle, shadows that moved independently of their sources, whispers in empty rooms, sudden drops in temperature that made even the warmest spaces feel like tombs. Taz's guards reported strange sensations while on duty, feelings of being watched by invisible presences, sounds of children crying that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. The warlord himself began to experience nightmares that were so vivid and terrifying that sleep became something to be avoided rather than sought. As time passed, the spirits grew bolder and more direct in their haunting, appearing as dark figures that glided through walls and closed doors, their forms suggesting human shape while remaining unmistakably otherworldly in their movements and intentions. They would drift into the palace during the darkest hours before dawn, their presence filling rooms with coldness that seemed to emanate from the depths of spiritual realms where the suffering of innocence was transformed into instruments of cosmic justice. The psychological toll on Taz's soldiers and servants was severe, with many abandoning their posts rather than continuing to serve in a place where supernatural forces seemed to grow stronger with each passing night. Those who remained did so out of loyalty that was gradually being eroded by fear that no amount of gold or advancement could justify. The palace that had once been a symbol of worldly power was being transformed into something that felt more like a prison, where the walls themselves seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. The warlord's attempts to understand and counter these supernatural attacks proved futile, as the spirits operated according to principles that no earthly knowledge could comprehend or predict. His advisors consulted ancient texts and sought guidance from spiritual practitioners, but the Kamurikage seemed immune to conventional methods of protection or banishment. They were not random haunting but focused vengeance, specifically targeting the man whose actions had created the spiritual imbalance that called them into existence. Taz's isolation became complete when even his most loyal followers finally abandoned him, unable to endure the supernatural atmosphere that seemed to intensify with each attempt to maintain normal operations within the haunted palace. The man who had commanded armies found himself alone with servants who performed their duties in terrified silence, while the spirits that had come to claim justice for murdered innocents drew ever closer to achieving their ultimate purpose. The final confrontation came not as dramatic battle, but as gradual dissolution of will and sanity under pressure that no human consciousness was designed to withstand indefinitely. Taz aged rapidly during his final months, his hair turning white while his face acquired lines that spoke of sleepless nights spent in terror of supernatural retribution that grew more inevitable with each passing day. His once commanding voice became weak and uncertain, while his movements acquired the hesitant quality of someone who could no longer trust his environment to remain stable and predictable. When death finally came to the warlord, it found him completely alone in the palace that had once housed hundreds of servants and soldiers. His isolation complete, and his power reduced to meaningless titles that no longer commanded respect or obedience from anyone. The Kamurikage had achieved their purpose through patient application of spiritual pressure that had systematically dismantled every aspect of the empire that Taz had built through cruelty and systematic exploitation of those too weak to resist his demands. His body was discovered days after his death, showing no signs of violence or struggle, but bearing the unmistakable marks of someone who had been consumed from within by forces beyond human understanding or resistance. The palace stood empty after his passing, its rooms echoing with memories of supernatural visitations that had transformed worldly power into spiritual vulnerability, demonstrating truths about justice and consequence that would influence the development of spiritual philosophy for generations to come. The story of Taz and the children he murdered became a cautionary tale told throughout the Fire Islands, reminding listeners that certain acts of cruelty would inevitably summon forces that operated beyond the reach of political authority or military strength. The village that had been destroyed by his vengeance was never rebuilt, but the cemetery where the grieving mothers lay buried became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought to understand the depths of parental love and the terrible power of grief transformed into spiritual justice. In the years that followed, travelers reported seeing small figures playing in the ruins of the abandoned village, their laughter carrying across the valley like echoes of innocence that had transcended death to find peace in realms where no earthly tyrant could reach them. The children who had been stolen from their families had found their way home through paths that connected the world of the living with territories of eternal rest, their spirits free from the suffering that their physical forms had endured. Lady Tianhai's story unfolds during the same ancient era when spirits still moved freely between their realm and the physical world, her tale representing the opposite choice from the children's involuntary separation from life, a conscious decision to embrace mortality for the sake of love that would transcend the boundaries between spiritual and physical existence. She was among the great spirits who watched over particular territories, her essence connected to lands that would eventually support human cities, while her consciousness encompassed wisdom accumulated through centuries of observing the natural world's patterns and purposes. Her fascination with human beings began as intellectual curiosity about creatures whose lives were so brief yet so intense, whose capacity for emotion and creativity seemed to compensate for their lack of the spiritual powers that made existence easy for entities like herself. She watched human communities develop agriculture and crafts, form relationships and raise families, create art and music that reflected their unique perspectives on beauty and meaning, in ways that her eternal viewpoint had never allowed her to fully appreciate. The ability to take human form for brief periods was a skill that many spirits possessed, but few chose to exercise, as the experience of physical sensation and temporal limitation was generally considered more burden than gift by beings accustomed to existence, unconstrained by material needs or concerns. But Tianhai found herself drawn to these temporary transformations, using them to walk among humans and observe their society from perspectives that detached observation could never provide. Her annual visits to the growing city that had been established on her traditional territory began as simple exploration, wandering through markets and neighborhoods while experiencing the world through senses that registered information in completely different ways than her spiritual awareness. The smells of cooking food, the texture of fabrics, the sounds of human conversation, and laughter created impressions that were both fascinating and overwhelming for consciousness, unaccustomed to processing such immediate and specific sensory input. During one of these explorations, she encountered the prince who would alter the entire trajectory of her existence, his presence creating resonances in her spirit that she had never experienced during all her centuries of solitary observation and contemplation. He was walking through the city's gardens in the early morning light, his movements carrying the unconscious grace that came from physical confidence, combined with genuine kindness toward everyone he met during his informal surveys of his people's daily lives. Their conversation began casually, with the prince showing interest in what appeared to be a visiting traveler's impressions of his city's development and the welfare of its inhabitants. But as they talked, Tianhai found herself drawn not just to his intelligence and compassion, but to something deeper, a quality of spirit that seemed to bridge the gap between human and spiritual consciousness, creating possibilities for connection that she had never imagined could exist between beings of such different natures. The love that grew between them during subsequent annual visits was gradual and deep, encompassing not just romantic attraction but genuine appreciation for the ways their different perspectives enriched understanding of existence itself. The prince learned from her wisdom about natural cycles and spiritual principles that informed better governance and more harmonious relationships with the environment that supported his people's prosperity. She discovered through him the intensity and meaning that came from knowing that time was limited, that each moment carried weight and significance that eternal existence could never duplicate. The decision to make her human transformation permanent was not made impulsively, but through careful consideration of what such a choice would mean for her essential nature and future possibilities. She understood completely that accepting permanent physical form would mean accepting death, that the spiritual immortality she had always known would be traded for decades of human experience that would end in the dissolution that marked the boundary between mortal and spiritual existence. But her love for the prince and her growing appreciation for human ways of experiencing beauty and meaning made this seem like a fair exchange rather than a sacrifice. The intensity of emotion and sensation that came with physical existence had shown her forms of joy and satisfaction that her spiritual nature had never been able to access, while the knowledge that time was limited made every experience more precious and meaningful than anything she had encountered during her eternal observations. The marriage ceremony that united her with the prince was conducted according to human customs that she had learned to appreciate through her annual visits, their vows carrying weight that came from conscious choice rather than spiritual compulsion or inevitable fate. She had freely chosen to limit her own existence to the span of a human lifetime, accepting mortality as the price of love that could not be fully experienced through the detached perspectives that characterized spiritual existence. The years of happiness that followed were marked by the kind of deep contentment that comes from choices made freely, and relationships based on mutual understanding and respect. As queen, she brought wisdom to governance that helped create policies benefiting both human citizens and the natural environment that supported them. While her experience of human emotion and limitation gave her insights into subjects that had been purely theoretical during her spiritual existence. She bore children who inherited aspects of both her spiritual wisdom and their father's human warmth, creating family bonds that were deeper and more meaningful than anything she had experienced during her centuries of solitary existence. The physical sensations of pregnancy and childbirth, the emotional intensity of watching children grow and develop, the daily rhythms of family life created forms of satisfaction that her spiritual nature could never have provided. But as the years accumulated and her human body began showing signs of aging, Tianhai found herself facing the reality of the choice she had made decades earlier. Death approached not as tragedy, but as the natural conclusion of an experience that had been richer and more meaningful than all her previous centuries of spiritual existence combined. The physical limitations and temporal boundaries that had initially seemed like burdens had proven to be the very qualities that made human existence so intense and valuable. Her final illness was gentle, allowing time for reflection on the transformation that love had brought to her understanding of existence and meaning. The prince who had become king remained at her bedside, their conversations covering not just immediate concerns, but the deeper questions about consciousness and continuity that her unique experience had enabled her to explore from perspectives available to no other being in recorded history. When death finally came, it was peaceful and natural, the dissolution of her physical form marking not the end of her existence, but transition to a different mode of being that incorporated everything she had learned during her decades of human experience. The love that had motivated her original choice to embrace mortality had transformed her spiritual essence in ways that would influence her continued existence even after the physical life she had chosen was complete. The king who survived her never remarried, their love having been so complete and transformative that no other relationship could provide what their union had created. He ruled for many more years, his policies and approach to governance reflecting the wisdom she had shared during their time together, her influence extending through his decisions to benefit generations of citizens who would never know how much they owed to a spirit who had chosen to become human for the sake of love. But Lady Tianhai's death was not truly an ending, as her spiritual essence had been transformed rather than destroyed by the experience of mortality. She continued to exist in new forms that combined her original spiritual nature with everything she had learned during her human lifetime. Her consciousness expanded, rather than diminished by the choice to experience death as the price of complete understanding of human love and meaning. Years later, travelers reported encounters with a presence that seemed familiar yet changed, a spirit who possessed both the wisdom of eternal existence and the depth of emotion that could only come from having experienced the full cycle of human life and death. She had become something new through her willing sacrifice, a bridge between spiritual and human understanding that would serve to facilitate communication and cooperation between the two realms for centuries to come. The love story of Lady Tianhai and her king became legend not because of its tragedy, but because of its demonstration that conscious choices about existence and meaning could transform the fundamental nature of consciousness itself. Her decision to embrace mortality for the sake of love had created new possibilities for relationships between spirits and humans, showing that the boundaries between different forms of existence were more fluid and negotiable than anyone had previously imagined. Avatar 1's companions, Jaya, Yao, and the Huntsman represent the earliest human casualties in the age, when the boundary between spirit and physical worlds was still being established, their deaths serving as warnings about the dangers that accompanied the new era of elemental bending and spiritual conflict that one's actions had created. These three friends shared in one's adventures during the period when he was learning to master fire and developing the skills that would eventually make him the first Avatar, their loyalty and courage, making them valuable allies in the struggles that would define the relationship between humans and spirits for generations to come. Their friendship with Wan had developed during the time when humans still lived on the lion turtles, their bond forged through shared experiences of hunting and exploration in the territories that surrounded these massive creatures. Unlike many of their contemporaries who were content with the safety and routine of life on the lion turtle cities, these four young men possessed the kind of restless curiosity and appetite for adventure that drove them to venture into the spirit wilds whenever opportunities arose. The skills they developed during these expeditions made them formidable as a team, their individual strengths complementing each other in ways that enabled them to survive encounters with spirits and dangerous wildlife that would have overwhelmed less coordinated groups. Jaya's expertise with weapons and tactics, Yao's knowledge of spirit behavior and negotiation, and the huntsman's tracking abilities and environmental awareness combined with Wan's growing mastery of firebending to create a partnership that seemed capable of handling any challenge the spirit wilds might present. But their confidence and success in previous adventures may have made them overestimate their ability to handle increasingly dangerous situations, leading them to seek out conflicts with spirits whose power exceeded anything they had previously encountered. The thrill of victory over challenging opponents seems to have become addictive, driving them to take greater and greater risks in pursuit of experiences that would test their abilities and provide the kind of excitement that normal life could never offer. The spirit they chose to fight in their final battle was unlike any they had previously confronted, possessing powers that operated according to principles they had never learned to understand or counter effectively. Where previous opponents had been defeated through superior coordination and Wan's firebending abilities, this entity proved capable of adapting to their tactics while bringing to bear capabilities that no amount of human courage or skill could overcome through conventional means. The battle itself was fierce and prolonged, with both sides demonstrating the kind of determination that made retreat or surrender impossible once the conflict had begun. Jaya, Yao, and the huntsman fought with the skill and bravery that had made them legendary among their contemporaries, their movements coordinated and their strategy sound despite the overwhelming nature of the opposition they faced. But spirit powers that could manipulate reality itself, according to will and intention, proved impossible to defeat through techniques that had been developed for conflicts with more conventional opponents. Wan's grief over their deaths was complicated by guilt over his role in leading them into the conflict that claimed their lives. His understanding that his quest to master fire and bridge the gap between human and spirit worlds had created dangers that his friends had faced out of loyalty to him, and confidence in abilities that proved inadequate when tested against a truly supernatural opposition. Their sacrifice would influence every subsequent decision he made about the responsibilities that came with power and the prices that others paid for the choices made by those who possessed exceptional abilities. The deaths of Jaya, Yao, and the huntsman marked the end of an era of casual interaction between humans and spirits, demonstrating that the new age of elemental bending and avatar power would require more careful consideration of consequences and greater respect for forces that operated beyond human understanding or control. Their courage and loyalty were remembered through stories that honored their friendship, while warning future generations about the dangers that awaited those who challenged spiritual powers without adequate preparation or understanding of what such conflicts might cost in human lives and suffering. These deaths also served to prepare one emotionally and spiritually for the even greater responsibilities he would face as the first Avatar, teaching him lessons about leadership and the weight of decisions that would affect not just his own survival, but the welfare of everyone who followed his guidance or relied upon his protection. The friends who died fighting spirits they could not defeat became part of his understanding of what it meant to serve as a bridge between worlds, their memory influencing his approach to every subsequent challenge and decision throughout his extraordinary lifetime. Finally, we come to Avatar One himself, the first to bear the title that would become legendary throughout history, whose death marked not an ending but the beginning of a cycle that would continue through countless lifetimes dedicated to maintaining balance between the spiritual and physical worlds. His life had been dedicated to the seemingly impossible task of creating peace between humans and spirits, of establishing principles and institutions that could prevent the kind of conflicts that had characterized the chaotic period following harmonic convergence and the permanent opening of the portals between realms. The battles he fought throughout his lifetime were not merely military conflicts, but spiritual and philosophical struggles to establish new ways of understanding existence and relationships between different forms of consciousness. Each victory brought greater understanding of the challenges involved in maintaining balance, while each defeat taught lessons about the limitations of individual power and the need for cooperation and patience in addressing problems that had developed over centuries and could not be resolved through decisive action alone. His final battle was particularly devastating, involving conflicts that had escalated beyond anything he had previously faced, and requiring him to draw upon spiritual and physical resources that pushed his avatar abilities to their absolute limits. The opponents he faced were not merely human armies or individual spirits, but coalitions, representing entire worldviews about how existence should be organized and what relationships between different groups should be permitted or encouraged. The spiritual exhaustion that resulted from this final conflict was more complete than simple physical fatigue, encompassing the kind of deep weariness that comes from carrying burdens too great for any individual consciousness to bear indefinitely. One had devoted his entire adult life to responsibilities that demanded constant vigilance and intervention, never allowing himself the luxury of rest or personal happiness when others needed his protection or guidance. As death approached, one's primary concern was not for his own fate, but for the continuation of the work he had begun, the preservation of principles and institutions that might maintain the fragile peace he had helped establish between groups whose natural inclinations seemed to tend toward conflict rather than cooperation. His apology to Rava for failing to achieve complete success reflected not personal defeat, but recognition that the goals he had pursued were too vast and complex to be accomplished within a single lifetime, regardless of the extraordinary powers and dedication brought to bear upon them. Rava's reassurance that they would continue working together through future incarnations provided comfort that went beyond personal consolation to encompass hope that the avatar cycle would eventually accomplish what individual effort could never achieve. Her promise of eternal partnership meant that lessons learned through failure would be preserved and built upon, that each successive avatar would inherit not just power, but accumulated wisdom about how such abilities could be used most effectively in service of goals that transcended individual ambition or desire. The moment of one's death was also the moment of his first reincarnation, the beginning of a process that would create continuity of purpose and commitment across lifetimes, while allowing for adaptation to changing circumstances and new challenges that would arise as the world continued to evolve. The first avatar's death became the foundation for everything that would follow, proving that even the most dedicated individual efforts could become part of larger patterns that operated according to spiritual principles beyond normal human understanding or control. Through his willing sacrifice of personal happiness and individual ambition in service of universal balance, Avatar One had created the template that would guide every subsequent incarnation of the Avatar spirit, establishing precedents for how cosmic responsibility could be balanced with human need, while maintaining focus on goals that served the welfare of all consciousness, rather than the interests of any particular group or individual. His death was the first act in an eternal drama of service and sacrifice that would continue through endless cycles of reincarnation and renewal, each avatar carrying forward the memory and commitment that one's final battle had established as the foundation of everything the avatar spirit would represent throughout history. The great hunting of the lion turtles represents one of history's most profound tragedies, a systematic extinction that unfolded across millennia as humanity expanded beyond the protective shells of these ancient beings and began to view their former guardians not as sacred protectors, but as obstacles to progress and sources of both valuable materials that could fuel the construction of increasingly complex civilizations. What began as gradual migration from lion turtle cities evolved into deliberate campaigns of destruction that would ultimately reduce a species of cosmic significance to a single survivor carrying the weight of accumulated wisdom and the burden of being the last repository of knowledge that had guided the relationship between humans and spirits since the dawn of consciousness itself. The lion turtles had existed since before recorded history, their massive forms moving slowly through oceans and across continents while carrying entire civilizations upon their shells, providing not just physical sanctuary, but spiritual guidance that helped early humans develop the philosophical and practical frameworks necessary for coexistence with forces far greater than themselves. These ancient beings possessed consciousness that spanned eons, their memories encompassing the rise and fall of countless species, the slow dance of geological change, and the subtle patterns that governed the relationship between physical and spiritual realms in ways that younger forms of life could never fully comprehend. Their shells supported entire ecosystems, with forests and grasslands, rivers and lakes, cities and farming communities all existing in harmony upon surfaces that could stretch for miles in every direction. The humans who lived upon them developed cultures that emphasized balance and cooperation, understanding that their survival depended not just on the lion turtles' protection, but on maintaining relationships with their host that honored the sacred nature of their partnership. These civilizations created art and architecture that reflected their understanding of being temporary guests upon beings whose existence transcended normal categories of time and mortality. The knowledge that lion turtles possessed about elemental bending was fundamental and comprehensive, their teaching encompassing not just technique, but the philosophical foundations that made such abilities expressions of spiritual understanding rather than mere tools for physical manipulation. They understood bending as communication with elemental forces rather than domination over them, as partnership with aspects of natural law rather than exploitation of weaknesses in the fabric of reality. This approach created benders whose abilities were integrated with their spiritual development, whose power grew through wisdom rather than through conquest or aggressive application. But as human populations grew and their technological capabilities expanded, the relationship between the species began to change in ways that reflected humanity's increasing confidence in their ability to shape their environment according to their desires, rather than adapting to conditions they could not control. The elemental bending abilities that had originally been temporary gifts, granted for specific purposes, began to be retained permanently, creating human communities that possessed power they had not developed through spiritual discipline or philosophical understanding. The gradual abandonment of lion turtle cities marked the beginning of an era when humans began to see themselves as independent agents, rather than participants in larger patterns of existence that required humility and cooperation to maintain. The young adults who left to establish settlements on solid ground carried with them skills and knowledge developed through lion turtle teaching, but they often lacked the spiritual context that made such abilities expressions of wisdom rather than instruments of domination over others who possessed less power or different capabilities. These early human settlements frequently came into conflict with each other as different groups competed for territory and resources, their elemental bending abilities making warfare more destructive and decisive than previous conflicts that had been limited to conventional weapons and tactics. The lion turtles watched these developments with growing concern, understanding that the gifts they had provided to help humanity defend itself against hostile spirits were being turned toward purposes that violated the fundamental principles underlying safe and responsible use of such abilities. Attempts by lion turtles to intervene in human conflicts or provide guidance about proper use of bending abilities were increasingly met with resistance or ignored entirely as human communities that possessed elemental mastery began to view their former protectors as unnecessary limitations on their freedom to pursue whatever goals they chose through whatever methods they deemed effective. The ancient beings' slow movements and gentle approaches to problem solving seemed inadequate to humans who had learned to value quick results and decisive action over patient cultivation of understanding and harmony. The transformation of human attitudes toward lion turtles from reverence to resentment was gradual but comprehensive, encompassing economic, political, and cultural factors that reinforced each other to create momentum toward treating these ancient beings as resources to be exploited rather than wisdom keepers to be honored and protected. The shells that had once been seen as sacred homes became viewed as valuable sources of materials that could be harvested to support construction projects and artistic endeavors that served purely human purposes, without consideration for the consciousness that had created and maintained these structures over geological time periods. The first deliberate attacks on lion turtles were probably motivated by immediate practical needs rather than systematic plans for extinction. Small groups of humans using bending abilities to harvest shell fragments or other materials from beings they assumed would not be significantly harmed by such limited exploitation. But these initial experiences demonstrated the vulnerability of creatures whose size and ancient wisdom had not prepared them for defense against elemental attacks launched by beings they had trusted and protected throughout their existence. The hunting techniques that developed over subsequent generations became increasingly sophisticated and coordinated, with human communities organizing expeditions specifically designed to locate and kill lion turtles for the valuable materials their bodies could provide. The shells were carved into tools and decorative objects, while other body parts were used for medicines and spiritual practices that ironically drew upon the very consciousness that human actions were systematically destroying. These hunts required coordination between multiple bending disciplines and careful planning to overcome the natural defenses that had protected lion turtles from conventional predators throughout their evolutionary history. The spiritual consequences of these hunting campaigns extended far beyond the immediate victims, creating disturbances in the balance between physical and spirit worlds that affected weather patterns, elemental stability, and the availability of spiritual energy that supported many forms of life throughout the planet. Each lion turtle death removed centuries of accumulated wisdom from the world while disrupting relationships between natural forces that had been maintained through their patient guidance and intervention over periods that spanned multiple human civilizations. The cultural impact on human societies was equally profound but far more subtle, as the systematic murder of beings who had served as spiritual teachers and protectors gradually eroded humanity's understanding of their place in larger patterns of existence. The knowledge that had been transmitted through relationship with lion turtles was replaced by approaches to bending and spiritual practice that emphasized individual power and achievement rather than harmony with forces greater than personal ambition or desire. The few lion turtles who survived the early phases of systematic hunting were forced to develop survival strategies that had never been necessary during their previous existence, hiding in remote locations where human populations were sparse, while abandoning their traditional role as teachers and guides for a species that had repaid their generosity with systematic murder. These survivors watched from distances as human civilizations developed in directions that violated every principle they had tried to instill about responsible use of power and respectful relationship with the natural world. The psychological trauma experienced by the surviving lion turtles was beyond anything these ancient beings had encountered during their eons of existence, their consciousness struggling to comprehend how creatures they had loved and protected could transform so completely into agents of destruction, directed specifically toward those who had made their survival possible. The betrayal was not just personal but cosmic, representing a fundamental breakdown in the relationship between wisdom and power that had catastrophic implications for the future development of consciousness throughout the world. The isolation that became necessary for survival conflicted with everything in lion-turtle nature that emphasized connection, communication, and patient cultivation of understanding between different forms of life. Their traditional role as bridges between human and spirit consciousness could not be maintained when contact with humans inevitably led to death, forcing them to choose between survival and service in ways that violated their essential purpose and identity. The gradual realization that their species was approaching extinction created existential crises that tested the spiritual foundations that had sustained lion-turtle consciousness throughout previous challenges and changes. Beings accustomed to thinking in terms of geological time periods were forced to confront the possibility that their accumulated wisdom might disappear entirely within a few generations, leaving no trace of the knowledge and perspective they had developed through eons of patient observation and philosophical contemplation. The survivors who remained hidden in ocean depths or remote wilderness areas found themselves carrying responsibilities that no individual consciousness was designed to bear, becoming sole repositories of entire traditions of knowledge and spiritual practice that had once been shared among many. The weight of being final guardians of wisdom that could benefit all conscious life created pressures that ancient lion-turtle psychology was not equipped to handle, without devastating consequences for their mental and spiritual stability. The hunting campaigns that marked the final phase of lion-turtle extinction were characterized by increasing desperation as the remaining individuals became more difficult to locate and kill, their survival strategies having been refined through generations of persecution into nearly perfect concealment and defense. These final hunts required enormous resources and coordination, with human communities sometimes investing years of effort and significant portions of their population into expeditions designed to locate and destroy beings whose continued existence reminded them of spiritual principles they had chosen to abandon. The last confirmed kill of a lion turtle occurred under circumstances that demonstrated how completely human attitudes toward these ancient beings had deteriorated, with the expedition that accomplished this feat celebrating their success through rituals that treated the death as victory over forces that had restricted human freedom, rather than mourning the loss of wisdom and spiritual guidance that would never be available to future generations. The lone survivor who would eventually encounter Avatar Aang had witnessed this entire process of systematic extinction, carrying memories of companions whose deaths had reduced the sum total of wisdom and spiritual understanding available to the world, while demonstrating humanity's capacity for destroying exactly those sources of guidance that their long-term survival and spiritual development required most desperately. This final lion turtle had learned to remain hidden not just physically but spiritually, concealing their presence from human awareness through techniques that prevented discovery while maintaining the knowledge and abilities that might someday prove crucial for preventing complete spiritual and ecological collapse. The burden of being the sole survivor of genocide created psychological and spiritual conditions that no being had ever been required to endure, combining the grief of losing all companions with the responsibility of preserving knowledge that might be essential for future restoration of balance between human ambition and spiritual wisdom. This ancient consciousness had to find ways to maintain hope and purpose while observing human civilizations develop in directions that suggested they would never learn the lessons that lion turtle extinction should have taught them about the consequences of destroying what cannot be replaced. The isolation that survival required had forced the last lion turtle to develop new forms of spiritual practice and philosophical understanding that incorporated the reality of being completely alone with wisdom that might never be transmitted to others who could benefit from such knowledge. Traditional approaches to existence that emphasized community and shared responsibility had to be abandoned in favor of solitary contemplation and preparation for possibilities that might never be realized. The patient waiting that characterized the final lion turtle's existence during the centuries preceding their encounter with Avatar Aang represented a form of spiritual discipline that combined hope with acceptance, maintaining readiness to serve, while acknowledging that such service might never be requested or appreciated by beings whose relationship with wisdom had become so corrupted that they could no longer recognize its value when offered freely. When Aang finally discovered this last survivor, the encounter represented not just a meeting between Avatar and ancient wisdom keeper, but a confrontation between the consequences of human choices and the possibilities that still existed for spiritual renewal and growth. The lion turtle's decision to share energy-bending knowledge with the young Avatar demonstrated that hope could survive even complete species extinction, that wisdom could transcend individual mortality to serve purposes that justified the suffering and sacrifice that preservation had required. The energy-bending technique that the lion turtle taught Aang was more than simple alternative to lethal force. It represented the culmination of spiritual knowledge that had been preserved through genocide and centuries of hiding, offering possibilities for addressing conflicts between power and wisdom that had driven humanity to destroy their greatest teachers and spiritual guides. This gift was simultaneously the last lion turtle's final teaching and their species' ultimate contribution to a world that had repaid their generosity with systematic murder. The death that would eventually claim even this final survivor was not violent but natural, the gradual dissolution of consciousness that had maintained itself far beyond normal lifespan, through dedication to purposes that transcended individual survival or comfort. Their passing marked not just the end of their species, but the conclusion of an era when direct spiritual guidance had been available to humanity through beings whose wisdom encompassed eons of experience and accumulated understanding. The legacy of lion turtle extinction extends far beyond the immediate loss of these ancient beings to encompass questions about humanity's relationship with wisdom, power, and the responsibility that consciousness bears for preserving what makes existence meaningful rather than merely successful in competitive terms. Their destruction demonstrated capacities for evil that went beyond simple cruelty to encompass the systematic elimination of sources of guidance that could have prevented many of the conflicts and catastrophes that would mark subsequent human history. The world that continued after the lion turtles were gone was diminished in ways that went far beyond simple species, lost to encompass the disappearance of perspectives and knowledge that had served as foundation for spiritual development. and ethical understanding throughout previous eras of human civilization. Their absence created vacuum that was filled by approaches to existence that emphasized domination over cooperation, individual achievement over collective wisdom, and short-term success over long-term sustainability and spiritual health. Yet the memory of what had been lost and the example of the lone survivor's dedication to preserving possibilities for spiritual renewal continued to influence those rare individuals who understood that power without wisdom inevitably leads to destruction of everything that makes existence meaningful rather than merely temporarily successful. The last lion turtle's gift to Avatar Aang represented hope that humanity might still learn to value wisdom over conquest, that the species responsible for genocide might eventually develop the maturity necessary to deserve the guidance they had destroyed through ignorance and spiritual blindness. The ancient era that followed Avatar 1's death witnessed the emergence of legendary figures whose approaches to spiritual enlightenment would define philosophical debates for millennia. None more influential than Guru Laghima, whose discovery of weightlessness through complete detachment from earthly concerns would establish him as both inspiration and cautionary tale for generations of spiritual seekers who struggled to understand the relationship between transcendence and responsibility, between personal liberation and service to the world, that such freedom might enable one to better serve or, conversely, abandon entirely in pursuit of individual perfection. Guru Laghima was born into the air nomads during a period when their culture was still developing the philosophical frameworks that would eventually make them the most spiritually advanced of all four nations. His early life shaped by teachings that emphasized harmony with natural forces and the cultivation of detachment from material concerns that could interfere with spiritual development. But even among a people dedicated to transcending worldly attachments, Laghima's commitment to this path was exceptional in its intensity and uncompromising nature, driving him toward insights and achievements that would place him beyond the reach of normal human experience. His childhood was marked by the kind of precocious wisdom that sometimes appears in individuals whose souls seem older than their physical forms. His questions about the nature of existence and consciousness challenging even the most learned monks who served as his teachers. Where other young airbenders focused on mastering techniques and developing physical capabilities, Laghima was drawn to the philosophical foundations that made such abilities possible, seeking to understand not just how to manipulate air currents, but why such manipulation was spiritually significant and what deeper truths it might reveal about the relationship between consciousness and the natural world. The meditation practices that he developed during his youth were more intense and sustained than anything traditionally taught to students of his age. His ability to maintain focus and awareness during extended periods of contemplation, suggesting natural gifts that made normal instructional methods seem inadequate for addressing his spiritual needs and capabilities. His teachers found themselves learning from his insights even as they attempted to guide his development. Their traditional understanding of air nomad philosophy, enriched and challenged by perspectives that seemed to emerge from direct spiritual experience, rather than study of established texts and teachings. The breakthrough that would define the remainder of Laghima's life came during his 30th year, when prolonged meditation on the nature of attachment and its role in perpetuating suffering led him to a state of consciousness that transcended normal categories of physical and spiritual existence. The experience of complete detachment from earthly concerns was not merely intellectual understanding, but direct realization that transformed his relationship with his own body, his environment, and the very concept of individual identity that had previously structured his approach to spiritual practice and daily life. The weightlessness that resulted from this spiritual achievement was not simply the ability to levitate or fly, though these capabilities were among its most obvious manifestations, but rather a fundamental alteration in his relationship with physical reality that reflected complete freedom from the gravitational pull of desire, fear, and attachment that normally anchored consciousness to material concerns and limitations. His body became subject to his spiritual state rather than constraining it, responding to intentions and insights, rather than following the mechanical laws that governed ordinary physical existence. The decision to never again touch the earth was both practical demonstration of his achievement and symbolic commitment to maintaining the level of consciousness that had made such transcendence possible in the first place. Physical contact with solid ground would have represented return to ordinary states of awareness that operated according to conventional assumptions about the relationship between mind and matter, spirit and flesh, individual desire, and universal truth that his realization had revealed to be temporary and ultimately illusory constructs, rather than fundamental aspects of reality. The 40 years that Lagima spent in continuous flight were marked by forms of spiritual practice and philosophical contemplation that were impossible for anyone whose consciousness remained anchored to earthly concerns and physical limitations. His perspective on human affairs and natural processes was simultaneously more detached and more comprehensive than that available to individuals whose viewpoint was limited by conventional assumptions about identity, mortality, and the significance of temporal events and relationships. His teachings during this period were delivered to students who could reach him only through their own airbending abilities, creating a natural selection process that ensured his wisdom was transmitted primarily to individuals whose spiritual development had progressed sufficiently to appreciate insights that might seem meaningless or dangerous to those who remained trapped within conventional frameworks of understanding. The philosophical principles he articulated during these elevated conversations would influence air nomad thought for centuries, providing foundation for approaches to spiritual development that emphasize transcendence over engagement with worldly concerns. The freedom that Lagima achieved through complete detachment enabled forms of spiritual exploration and philosophical investigation that were impossible for consciousness, still subject to the distractions and limitations imposed by physical needs, emotional attachments, and social obligations. His understanding of air nomad philosophy deepened through direct experience of states of awareness that previous generations had approached only through theoretical study and meditation practices that provided glimpses rather than permanent realization of transcendent possibilities. But the very completeness of his achievement also created isolation that went beyond mere physical separation from earthbound existence to encompass emotional and intellectual distance from concerns that continued to matter to individuals whose spiritual development had not reached levels that made such detachment possible or desirable. His compassion for human suffering remained genuine, but it was the kind of universal empathy that operated from perspectives so elevated that specific individuals and situations became examples of general principles rather than unique circumstances requiring personalized attention and response. The students who sought his guidance during the decades of his weightless existence found themselves challenged by teachings that demanded nothing less than complete abandonment of everything they had previously considered important or meaningful about their lives and relationships. Lagima's path to transcendence could not be followed partially or temporarily. It required total commitment to spiritual development that would fundamentally alter the practitioner's relationship with every aspect of ordinary human experience. The philosophical principles that emerged from his decades of contemplation emphasized the illusory nature of individual identity and the ultimate meaninglessness of temporal concerns when viewed from perspectives that encompassed the eternal patterns underlying apparent change and diversity. These insights were profound and liberating for consciousness prepared to receive them, but they also carried implications that made normal human relationships and responsibilities seem like obstacles to spiritual development, rather than opportunities for practicing the compassion and wisdom that such development was supposed to cultivate. The controversy that surrounded Lahima's teachings, even during his lifetime, reflected tensions within air nomad culture between competing approaches to spiritual development, with some practitioners arguing that true enlightenment required engagement with the world's suffering rather than transcendence of all concerns that might motivate such engagement. These debates would continue long after his death, influencing air nomad philosophy, while creating divisions between those who saw detachment as the highest spiritual achievement and those who believed that wisdom without compassionate action was incomplete or even spiritually dangerous. The gradual decline in Lagima's interest in teaching and communication with earthbound students reflected not callousness or spiritual pride, but the natural result of consciousness that had moved so far beyond ordinary human concerns. That translation between transcendent awareness and conventional understanding became increasingly difficult and ultimately seemed unnecessary for someone whose own spiritual development no longer benefited from such efforts. His death, when it finally came at the end of 4 decades of weightless existence, was not dramatic departure, but gentle dissolution of individual consciousness into universal awareness, his body slowly fading from physical reality as his spirit merged completely with the elemental forces that had sustained his flight throughout the extraordinary period of his transcendent existence. Students watching from below reported that he simply became less substantial over the course of several days, his form gradually becoming transparent until only memory remained of the figure who had demonstrated humanity's potential for complete spiritual freedom. The legacy of Guru Lahima's achievement created both inspiration and cautionary example for subsequent generations of spiritual seekers. His demonstration that complete detachment was possible, providing hope for those who sought transcendence, while his ultimate isolation served as warning about the potential costs of pursuing spiritual development without maintaining connections to the world that such wisdom might serve. His influence on air nomad philosophy was profound and permanent, establishing frameworks for understanding the relationship between individual enlightenment and social responsibility that would be debated throughout the culture's history. The techniques he developed for achieving and maintaining weightlessness became legendary among airbenders, though few possessed either the spiritual development or the commitment necessary to follow his path to its ultimate conclusion. His name became synonymous with the highest possibilities of air nomad spiritual achievement, while also representing the dangers of pursuing transcendence without adequate consideration for how such achievements might serve purposes beyond individual liberation from suffering and limitation. The philosopher Shokan, who lived during the same era as Guru Lagima but developed dramatically different approaches to spiritual development and the relationship between individual enlightenment and worldly engagement, represented intellectual currents within ancient philosophical circles that challenged conventional assumptions about the nature of wisdom and the methods through which it could be achieved. Where Lagima sought transcendence through detachment, Shokin proposed radical engagement with the contradictions and paradoxes that characterize spiritual seeking itself, arguing that true understanding could emerge only through direct confrontation with the obstacles and illusions that most practitioners sought to avoid or transcend. His teachings were controversial from the beginning, challenging established religious authorities and conventional approaches to spiritual development through assertions that seemed designed to provoke rather than comfort those who sought certainty and clear guidance about proper methods for achieving enlightenment. The most notorious of his philosophical positions was the recommendation that serious spiritual seekers should slay the spirit of enlightenment if you meet it on your journey, a statement that was interpreted by some as advocating spiritual violence, while others understood it as warning against attachment to any particular conception of what spiritual achievement should look like or how it should be attained. This paradoxical approach to spiritual instruction reflected Shokin's deeper conviction that genuine wisdom could not be transmitted through conventional teaching methods or achieved through adherence to established practices and belief systems, regardless of how venerable or successful such approaches might appear to be. He argued that the human tendency to create systems and authorities for spiritual development inevitably led to spiritual stagnation and dependence that prevented the kind of direct realization that was the actual goal of all authentic, spiritual seeking. His critique of conventional religious institutions and practices extended beyond mere intellectual disagreement to encompass fundamental challenges to the assumptions about authority, tradition, and spiritual hierarchy that structured most organized approaches to enlightenment. Shokin maintained that any external source of spiritual authority, whether textual, institutional, or personal, ultimately served to prevent rather than facilitate the individual realization that was the only authentic foundation for wisdom and compassionate action in the world. The philosophical method that Shokin developed for articulating these insights relied heavily on paradox, contradiction, and deliberate confusion of conventional categories and assumptions, creating intellectual and emotional disorientation that he believed was necessary for breaking through the mental habits and conceptual frameworks that prevented direct perception of reality as it actually existed beyond human interpretation and projection. His writings and teachings were designed not to provide answers, but to undermine the assumptions that made conventional questions seem meaningful or important. This approach made Shokin's work extremely difficult to understand, and even more difficult to apply in practical ways that could guide daily life and spiritual practice, creating barriers to transmission of his insights that ensured his influence would remain limited to individuals whose intellectual and spiritual development had progressed sufficiently to appreciate teachings that were deliberately obscure and challenging. The very characteristics that made his philosophy profound also made it inaccessible to most students who sought clear guidance and systematic approaches to spiritual development. The unpopularity that characterized Shokin's reputation during his lifetime was not merely a result of intellectual difficulty, but reflected genuine concern among spiritual authorities that his teachings might be spiritually dangerous for individuals who lacked adequate preparation for the kind of radical questioning and systematic deconstruction of conventional beliefs that his method required. Critics argued that his approach was more likely to produce nihilism and spiritual confusion than genuine enlightenment, particularly among students who might misunderstand his paradoxical statements and apply them inappropriately to their practice and daily life. But there were also practitioners who found in Shokin's challenging approach exactly the kind of intellectual and spiritual rigor that their development required. individuals whose progress had been blocked by the limitations of conventional methods, and who needed the kind of radical rethinking that his philosophy provided. These students discovered that his seemingly destructive critiques of established spiritual authorities and practices actually cleared away obstacles that had been preventing more direct forms of realization and understanding. The death that came to Shokin was natural and unremarkable, old age claiming him while he continued to develop and articulate philosophical positions that would never achieve the popularity or institutional acceptance that characterized more conventional approaches to spiritual development. His final years were spent in relative obscurity, his teachings preserved by a small group of dedicated students who understood that the very characteristics that made his work unpopular might also make it valuable for future generations who would face different spiritual challenges, requiring different methods and insights. The posthumous recognition that eventually came to Shokin's philosophy was gradual and selective, with individual thinkers and spiritual practitioners discovering in his writings insights and methods that proved relevant to their particular circumstances and developmental needs. Avatar Kyoshi's study of his work reflected her appreciation for approaches to spiritual development that emphasize strength and directness over conventional gentleness, while Avatar Yang Chen found in his radical questioning of spiritual authority perspectives that informed her own innovative approaches to balancing individual enlightenment with worldly responsibility. The assessment of Shokin's legacy remained divided throughout subsequent centuries, with some viewing his contributions as profound wisdom disguised as controversy, while others continued to regard his teachings as spiritually dangerous or philosophically irrelevant to genuine spiritual development. This division itself reflected the fundamental challenges that his work posed to any attempt at definitive evaluation or systematic incorporation into established spiritual traditions and institutions. The influence of both Guru Laghima and Shokin on subsequent air nomad philosophy created productive tensions between competing approaches to spiritual development that enriched the culture's intellectual and contemplative traditions, while avoiding the kind of dogmatic orthodoxy that might have limited the range of methods and insights available to individual practitioners. Their contrasting examples demonstrated that authentic spiritual achievement could take radically different forms while serving the ultimate goal of reducing suffering and increasing wisdom and compassion in the world. The love story of Shu and Oma, the legendary couple whose forbidden romance led them to become the first human earthbenders, represents one of history's most profound examples of how personal devotion can transcend social boundaries and cultural limitations while creating innovations that would benefit all subsequent generations, though at costs that neither lover could have anticipated when they first discovered their ability to learn from the original masters of earth manipulation in caves that would become monuments to both their achievements and their tragedy. Their villages had been locked in conflict for generations before either Shu or Oma was born. The origins of their enmity, lost in accumulated grievances and inherited hatreds that had transformed neighboring communities into permanent enemies whose interactions were limited to raids, skirmishes, and the kind of systematic hostility that made any form of cooperation or peaceful coexistence seem impossible. The residents of both settlements had been raised to view members of the other community as inherently untrustworthy and dangerous, their identity partially defined through opposition to people whose proximity made them natural targets for blame and aggression. Shu's first encounter with Oma occurred during one of the brief periods when both villages attempted to maintain truces that allowed limited trade and communication, their meeting taking place in neutral territory where members of both communities could interact without immediate fear of violence or reprisal. The attraction that developed between them was immediate and mutual, transcending the cultural conditioning that should have made such connection impossible, while creating emotional bonds that would prove stronger than the political forces that sought to keep their peoples separated and hostile. The secret meetings that followed required careful planning and considerable risk, as discovery would have meant not just personal punishment, but potential resumption of active warfare between communities that viewed any form of collaboration with their enemies as betrayal of fundamental loyalties and principles. The lovers developed elaborate systems of communication and coordination that allowed them to spend time together without alerting suspicious neighbors or family members who might feel obligated to report such activities to village leaders and military authorities. The caves where they conducted their clandestine relationship were originally chosen for their isolation and concealment. Deep underground passages that provided privacy while offering multiple escape routes in case their meetings were discovered by patrol groups or hunting parties from either village. But these caverns also housed the badger moles, whose natural earth-bending abilities had been perfected through millions of years of evolution, creating the most sophisticated earth manipulation techniques that had ever existed while operating according to principles that human understanding had never approached or appreciated. The process through which Shu and Oma learned earthbending from the badger moles was gradual and intuitive. Their observation of these creatures' effortless manipulation of stone and soil, gradually revealing patterns and possibilities that no human had previously imagined. The badger mole's blindness had forced them to develop earthbending techniques that relied entirely on vibrations and physical connection with their element, creating approaches to earth manipulation that were more direct and comprehensive than anything that could have been developed through sight-based observation and analysis. The lovers' dedication to understanding these natural earthbending masters was motivated by both curiosity and practical necessity, as their ability to meet safely depended on their capacity to create and modify underground spaces that would provide adequate concealment while enabling the kind of extended time together that their relationship required. Each lesson learned from badger mole behavior expanded their capabilities while deepening their appreciation for earthbending as both practical skill and form of artistic expression that could create beauty as well as utility. The tunnel system that Shu and Oma created through their developing earthbending abilities was more than simple transportation network. It became an underground world that reflected their love and creativity, with chambers decorated through earth manipulation techniques that transformed functional spaces into expressions of devotion and artistic vision. The passages connecting their villages were designed not just for efficiency, but for beauty, with carved walls and sculpted formations that demonstrated how earthbending could serve aesthetic as well as practical purposes. The months and years of secret meetings that these tunnels enabled allowed Shu and Oma to develop their relationship beyond the initial attraction that had brought them together. Their shared exploration of earthbending techniques, creating bonds of intellectual and creative partnership that complemented their romantic connection, while providing foundation for the kind of deep mutual understanding that neither had imagined possible, given their different cultural backgrounds and the political hostility that surrounded their love. Their earthbending abilities continued to develop through practice and experimentation, each lover discovering individual strengths and preferences that reflected their personality, while their collaborative efforts produced innovations that neither could have achieved alone. Shu's natural affinity for structural engineering and defensive applications complemented Omar's gifts for artistic expression and creative problem-solving. Their different approaches to earthbending combining to create techniques and applications that pushed the boundaries of what human earthbending would ever accomplish. The elaborate tunnel system that resulted from their years of secret work became legendary, not just for its extent and complexity, but for the innovative earthbending techniques that its construction required and the artistic vision that y décoration reflected. Future generations of earthbenders would study these passages as demonstrations of their art's highest possibilities, while lovers from both villages and beyond would use the tunnels for their own clandestine meetings, understanding that Shu and Oma had created something that transcended personal need to serve universal human desires for connection and beauty. But the very success of their secret relationship and the growing sophistication of their earthbending abilities could not protect them from the larger political forces that continued to drive their communities toward increasingly serious conflicts, the kind of warfare that would make neutrality impossible and force every individual to choose sides regardless of their personal feelings or relationships. The escalation of hostilities between their villages was driven by factors beyond any individual's control, economic pressures and political ambitions that made peaceful coexistence seem impossible, while war appeared to offer solutions to problems that negotiation had failed to address. The battle that ultimately claimed Shu's life was not different in scale or intensity from previous conflicts between their villages, but its timing coincided with a period when he and Oma had been planning to reveal their relationship and attempt to use their love as foundation for broader reconciliation between their peoples. His death came not as dramatic sacrifice, but as random casualty of warfare that treated individual lives as expendable resources in pursuit of collective goals that neither side could clearly articulate or justify beyond inherited assumptions about honor and territory. Oma's discovery of Shu's death was devastating beyond anything her previous experience had prepared her to endure, the loss of her beloved combining with the destruction of hopes for peace and reconciliation that their relationship had represented. The grief that overwhelmed her was not merely personal sorrow, but recognition that the forces which had killed her lover would continue to destroy other relationships and possibilities unless someone found ways to address the underlying patterns of hostility and misunderstanding that made such conflicts seem inevitable and necessary. The earthbending techniques that Oma developed in response to her grief were unlike anything she had created during her happy years with Shu. Her manipulation of earth and stone, reflecting the terrible power of sorrow transformed into determination to prevent other lovers from experiencing the kind of loss that had destroyed her world. The mountain that she moved to create separation between the warring villages was not merely practical barrier, but monument to love that had been destroyed by hatred and the possibilities that had been lost through failure to recognize common humanity across political boundaries. The new city that Oma founded in the space created by her earthbending was designed from the beginning to honor both her relationship with Shu and the principles that their love had demonstrated about the possibility of cooperation and crimes, mutual understanding between people who had been taught to view each other as enemies. The name Omashu combined their identities while creating something new that belonged to neither of their original communities, but instead offered alternative approaches to organizing human relationships around shared values rather than inherited antagonisms. The earthbending techniques that Oma developed and taught to the first residents of Omashu emphasized the creative and constructive applications of earth manipulation that she and Shu had discovered during their years of secret meetings, approaches that demonstrated how elemental abilities could serve love and beauty rather than war and destruction. Her teaching methods emphasized patience and artistic vision over aggressive application, creating traditions that would influence earthbending philosophy for centuries while establishing Omashu as center of innovation and cultural development rather than military power. The death that eventually came to Oma was peaceful, surrounded by the community she had created, as monument to her love for Shu and testament to the possibilities that their relationship had revealed for human cooperation and mutual understanding. Her final years were spent developing the institutions and traditions that would enable Omashu to survive and prosper, as demonstration that alternatives to warfare and hatred were possible when people committed themselves to building something beautiful, rather than destroying what they found threatening or unfamiliar. Avatar Seto's unusual approach to fulfilling Avatar responsibilities through political engagement, rather than spiritual detachment, represented revolutionary thinking about how cosmic power could be applied to address systemic problems that required administrative skill and institutional knowledge, rather than dramatic intervention or displays of supernatural ability. His decision to work within Fire Nation government structures challenged every precedent established by previous avatars, while demonstrating that effective leadership could take forms that emphasized patience and practical expertise over the kind of heroic action that had characterized his predecessors' approaches to maintaining balance and preventing conflict between nations. The Fire Nation that Seto inherited when he assumed Avatar responsibilities was struggling with economic and administrative problems that threatened its stability, while creating conditions that might eventually force military aggression as the only available solution to domestic difficulties. The government structures that had been adequate for smaller and simpler society were proving inadequate for managing the complexity and scale that Fire Nation civilization had achieved, while corruption and inefficiency were undermining public confidence in institutions that needed popular support to function effectively. Seto's analysis of these systemic problems convinced him that Avatar intervention through conventional means would address symptoms rather than causes, providing temporary solutions that would fail to prevent the underlying issues from creating new crises that might prove even more difficult to resolve. His understanding of Fire Nation culture and political traditions suggested that lasting change would require working through existing institutions rather than imposing external solutions that might be resented and resisted by populations, who needed to believe that reforms served their interests rather than Avatar preferences. The decision to seek advancement through merit rather than revealing his Avatar identity was both strategic and philosophical, reflecting his conviction that the effectiveness of his reforms would depend on their acceptance by Fire Nation citizens and officials who might reject changes that seemed motivated by foreign authority or supernatural power rather than genuine understanding of their needs and circumstances. His approach required developing expertise in finance, administration, and political negotiation that no previous Avatar had needed to acquire, skills that would enable him to address problems that cosmic power alone could never solve. The gradual rise through Fire Nation governmental hierarchy that followed was marked by achievements that demonstrated practical wisdom and administrative competence, rather than the kind of dramatic demonstrations that might have revealed his true identity, while undermining the patient work of institutional reform that he believed was necessary for long-term stability and peace. Each promotion reflected genuine accomplishment in addressing specific problems and improving governmental efficiency, creating reputation for effectiveness that made his eventual appointment as Grand Advisor seem natural rather than supernatural intervention in Fire Nation affairs. The financial reforms that Seto implemented during his tenure as Grand Advisor were comprehensive and innovative, addressing taxation, trade regulation, and government spending in ways that reduced corruption while improving services and creating economic conditions that supported prosperity rather than requiring military expansion to maintain acceptable living standards. His understanding of economic principles, combined with Avatar perspective on international relations, enabled him to develop policies that served Fire Nation interests while reducing the likelihood of conflicts with other nations that might threaten regional stability. The administrative changes that accompanied these financial reforms were equally important but less visible to general population, involving improvements in record-keeping, communication systems, and coordination between different government departments that made the entire system more efficient and responsive to citizen needs. These structural modifications were designed to persist beyond his individual tenure, creating institutional capabilities that would enable future Fire Lords to govern effectively without requiring Avatar guidance or intervention. The years of service as Grand Advisor provided Sito with insights into the relationship between individual leadership and systemic change that would influence Avatar philosophy for generations, demonstrating that cosmic responsibility could be fulfilled through patient work to improve institutions and create conditions for peaceful development, rather than through the kind of heroic intervention that had characterized previous approaches to maintaining balance between nations. His experience showed that some forms of Avatar service required decades of sustained effort rather than dramatic moments of decisive action. The balance between his public role as government official and his private identity as Avatar required constant vigilance and careful management of relationships with individuals who might have reacted differently to his reforms if they, one, had understood the supernatural authority that supported his insights and recommendations. The success of his policies depended partly on their acceptance as practical wisdom rather than spiritual guidance, ensuring that their benefits would be recognized and continued by future administrators who would never know that Avatar power had played any role in their development. The natural death that came to Avatar Sato at the end of his long service as Grand Advisor was mourned throughout the Fire Nation as loss of exceptional leader whose contributions to governmental effectiveness and economic prosperity had created foundation for generations of peace and stability. His funeral was attended by officials and citizens who had benefited from his reforms while having no understanding of the cosmic significance of his achievements or the spiritual dimensions of his service to their nation. The reincarnation as Avatar Yang Chen that followed his death carried forward lessons learned through political engagement, while adding new perspectives about the relationship between Avatar responsibilities and the different challenges that would emerge as the world continued to evolve and change. Seto's legacy demonstrated that Avatar service could take many forms, some of which required the kind of patient, institutional work that operated behind scenes, rather than capturing public attention through displays of supernatural power or dramatic confrontations with forces that threatened world peace. Avatar Yang Chen's recognition as one of history's greatest avatars was earned through a lifetime of service that balanced spiritual wisdom with practical governance in ways that demonstrated how cosmic responsibility could be fulfilled through patient attention to the needs of ordinary people rather than dramatic confrontations with supernatural threats. Her approach to Avatar duties, emphasizing prevention of conflicts through careful diplomacy and institutional development, rather than resolution of crises through displays of overwhelming power that might address immediate symptoms while leaving underlying causes of instability unresolved and potentially more dangerous than before intervention occurred. Her birth into the air nomads during a period of relative peace between the four nations provided her with educational opportunities and spiritual training that emphasized harmony between different approaches to understanding existence. Her natural gifts for meditation and philosophical contemplation, combining with exceptional intelligence and emotional maturity to create someone uniquely suited for the complex challenges that Avatar responsibilities would present. Throughout her extraordinary lifetime, the air nomad emphasis on balance and moderation shaped her fundamental approach to every challenge she would face, creating foundation for methods of leadership that sought to serve universal welfare rather than advancing the interests of any particular group or nation. The discovery of her Avatar identity occurred earlier than tradition typically allowed, but the spiritual maturity that Yang Chen displayed even as a child convinced her teachers that accelerated training would serve both her development and the world's needs better than adherence to conventional timelines that had been established for individuals whose gifts and circumstances were less exceptional than hers proved to be. The elemental masters who contributed to her education found themselves learning from her insights even as they transmitted technical knowledge and practical skills, her natural wisdom, enabling her to understand principles and applications that normally required decades of study and practice to master. Her mastery of airbending surpassed all previous air nomad achievements, but it was her innovative approaches to integrating different elemental disciplines that marked her as uniquely gifted among avatars whose abilities had traditionally emphasized sequential mastery of each element rather than synthesis of their philosophical and practical principles into unified approaches to problem solving and conflict resolution. The techniques she developed combined elemental abilities in ways that created entirely new possibilities for addressing challenges that conventional single-element approaches could never handle adequately. The waterbending instruction that formed part of her Avatar training took place primarily in the Northern Water Tribe, where masters whose expertise had been refined through generations of defending against increasingly sophisticated Fire Nation naval attacks provided her with understanding of how elemental abilities could be applied defensively without sacrificing the spiritual principles that made such powers tools of harmony rather than instruments of domination over others. Her natural aptitude for healing applications of waterbending would prove crucial throughout her lifetime of service, enabling her to address not just political conflicts, but the human suffering that such disagreements inevitably created. The earthbending masters who contributed to her education were drawn from various Earth Kingdom communities whose different approaches to earth manipulation reflected the geographical and cultural diversity that characterized their nation. Their teaching providing Yang Chen with appreciation for how elemental abilities could be adapted to serve different environmental conditions and social needs, while maintaining essential spiritual principles that prevented power from becoming mere technique divorced from wisdom about its proper application and limitations. Her earthbending developed particular strength in applications that supported construction and agriculture rather than warfare, reflecting her natural inclination toward building rather than destroying solutions to problems that confronted human civilization. The firebending component of her Avatar training presented unique challenges that went beyond simple technical mastery to encompass questions about how to learn from teachers whose nation's increasingly militaristic culture was beginning to create tensions with the spiritual principles that were supposed to guide all Avatar activities and decision-making processes. The Fire Nation masters who agreed to contribute to her education represented older traditions that emphasized fire as source of life and creativity rather than tool of conquest and destruction, their teaching helping her understand how elemental abilities could serve universal principles rather than narrow nationalistic interests that might conflict with Avatar responsibilities. The spiritual training that accompanied her elemental education emphasized the development of consciousness that could access wisdom and perspective beyond any single lifetime's accumulation of experience and knowledge. Her natural gifts for entering the Avatar state providing her with guidance from previous incarnations, while her individual personality and intelligence enabled her to adapt their insights to circumstances and challenges that they had never faced during their own periods of service. The balance she achieved between ancient wisdom and contemporary innovation would characterize her entire approach to Avatar responsibilities throughout her lifetime. The political situation that Yang Chen inherited when she assumed full Avatar responsibilities was more complex and potentially dangerous than the immediate threats of military conflict or supernatural disasters that had challenged previous Avatars, involving systemic problems in international relations and domestic governance that required sustained attention and sophisticated understanding of how human societies functioned, rather than dramatic interventions that could provide quick solutions to immediate crises. The growing tensions between nations reflected not simple territorial disputes but fundamental disagreements about proper relationships between different approaches to organizing civilization and managing resources. The first major crisis of her tenure involved preventing war between the Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation over trading rights and territorial boundaries that had been established through previous negotiations but were being reinterpreted by both sides in ways that served their immediate interests, while violating the spirit, if not the letter, of existing agreements. The diplomatic solution that Yang Chen developed required months of patient negotiation with leaders whose positions had been established through domestic political pressures that made compromise appear to be weakness rather than wisdom about the costs that warfare would impose on everyone involved in such conflicts. Her success in resolving this potential war without violence established precedents for Avatar intervention in international disputes that emphasized mediation and creative problem-solving, rather than the kind of power-based solutions that might have been quicker, but would have left underlying issues unresolved while creating resentments that could fuel future conflicts. The trading arrangements and border modifications that her negotiations produced served the essential interests of both nations, while requiring each to abandon positions that had seemed non-negotiable when the crisis began. The economic policies that Yang Chen helped develop during this period addressed not just immediate disputes between nations, but systemic problems in how resources were distributed and managed within individual countries. Her understanding of spiritual principles about interconnectedness and mutual dependence, providing foundation for approaches to prosperity that emphasized cooperation rather than competition between different groups and regions. The innovations in agriculture, manufacturing, and trade that emerged from her guidance created models for sustainable development that would influence economic thinking for centuries, while demonstrating how spiritual wisdom could be applied to practical problems of human welfare and social organization. The spiritual initiatives that occupied much of Yang Chen's attention throughout her lifetime involved developing institutional frameworks that could preserve and transmit wisdom about the relationship between human activities and spiritual health. Her recognition that political and economic problems often reflected deeper issues of understanding about humanity's place in larger patterns of existence that connected all forms of consciousness and life. The schools and centers of learning that she helped establish provided education that integrated practical skills with spiritual development, creating approaches to human formation that served both individual growth and collective welfare. Her work with the spirit world involved developing new protocols for interaction between human and spiritual consciousness that acknowledged the rights and needs of both, while establishing boundaries that prevented the kind of conflicts that had characterized earlier periods when such relationships were governed more by accident and misunderstanding than by wisdom about proper forms of communication and cooperation. The agreements she negotiated between human communities and local spirits provided models for coexistence that respected different forms of consciousness while enabling productive relationships that served everyone's interests. The teaching methods that Yang Chen developed for training future avatar incarnations emphasized balance between different forms of wisdom and capability. Her recognition that the challenges facing avatar service would continue to evolve in ways that required adaptation and innovation rather than simple repetition of approaches that had been successful in previous eras. Her instructions were preserved in texts and oral traditions that would guide avatar development for generations while providing flexibility for individual avatar personalities and circumstances that might require different approaches to fulfilling cosmic responsibilities. The networks of advisors and assistants that Yang Chen assembled throughout her lifetime created institutional support for avatar activities that could continue functioning between incarnations, reducing the disruption that typically occurred when avatar death left important work incomplete and requiring new incarnations to rebuild relationships and understanding that had been developed over decades of service. These support systems represented innovation in how avatar responsibilities could be fulfilled more effectively through collaboration with others whose expertise complemented cosmic abilities, while providing continuity that individual reincarnation cycles could not maintain. The cultural achievements that emerged during Yang Chen's tenure reflected her understanding that lasting peace and prosperity required more than political agreements and economic arrangements, that human societies needed inspiration and meaning that could only be provided through art, literature, philosophy, and other forms of creative expression that addressed deeper questions about existence and purpose. The festivals, architectural projects, and scholarly institutions that she supported created cultural foundations for civilization that could survive political changes while providing sources of identity and value that transcended narrow, nationalistic, or ethnic boundaries. Her approach to conflict resolution emphasized understanding and addressing the underlying causes of disagreement, rather than simply managing their symptoms through temporary compromises that might postpone but not prevent future problems. Her methods requiring patience and psychological insight that enabled her to help disputants discover solutions that served everyone's genuine interests, rather than simply providing face-saving arrangements that left fundamental issues unresolved. The success of these approaches established precedents for avatar intervention that emphasized healing rather than victory, restoration rather than punishment. The death that eventually came to Avatar Yang Chen was peaceful and natural, her body slowly failing from the accumulated stress of decades spent channeling cosmic forces, while her spirit remained strong and clear until her final moments of life. The transition from individual consciousness to spiritual merger with the avatar cycle was gradual and serene, her accumulated wisdom and experience becoming available to guide future incarnations, while her individual personality dissolved into the eternal pattern of service that connected all avatar lifetimes across history. The reincarnation as Avatar Kuruk that followed represented both continuity and change in avatar service. The new incarnation inheriting Yang Chen's accumulated wisdom, while bringing different personality traits and circumstances that would require different approaches to the challenges that would emerge during his tragically shortened lifetime. The contrast between Yang Chen's long and successful tenure and Kuruk's brief and troubled service would demonstrate how avatar responsibilities could be affected by factors beyond individual control or capability, showing that even cosmic power could not guarantee outcomes that matched intentions or deserved recognition. The grief that Avatar Kuruk carried throughout his adult life was unlike anything that previous avatars had been required to endure. his suffering reflecting not failure of character or inadequacy of spiritual development, but confrontation with forces that operated according to principles that made conventional approaches to avatar service inadequate for addressing the kinds of threats that emerged from realms where normal moral categories and practical solutions could not provide guidance or resolution. The love that had motivated his actions and the loss that haunted his remaining years created psychological and spiritual conditions that challenged every assumption about how avatar power should be used and what prices might be required for fulfilling cosmic responsibilities. had entered Kuruk's life during the early years of his avatar service, when the challenges he faced seemed manageable through conventional applications of elemental mastery and spiritual wisdom, her presence providing emotional stability and personal happiness that enabled him to approach his responsibilities with confidence and enthusiasm that would later seem tragically naive when compared to the devastation that their relationship would ultimately create. Their love was genuine and deep, encompassing not just romantic attraction, but intellectual partnership and spiritual companionship that enriched both their lives while creating foundation for the kind of personal fulfillment that made cosmic service seem meaningful, rather than burdensome. The happiness that Kuruk and Umi shared during their courtship and early marriage was complete and innocent, their relationship unmarked by the kind of complications and compromises that often characterized partnerships, where one person bore responsibilities that exceeded normal human experience and capability. Ummi understood and accepted Kuruk's avatar duties while maintaining her individual identity and interests, their love providing refuge and renewal that enabled him to approach even the most challenging aspects of his service with optimism and energy that sustained him through difficulties that might otherwise have overwhelmed his capacity for effective action. The bridge where Ummi disappeared was an ordinary structure over water that seemed peaceful and safe. Her daily walk across it, having been routine for months without incident or concern that might have warned of dangers that lurked beneath appearances of normalcy and security. The force that pulled her into the water was invisible and irresistible, operating according to spiritual principles that made conventional rescue attempts futile, while demonstrating how quickly personal happiness could be transformed into cosmic tragedy through encounters with entities whose motivations and capabilities exceeded human understanding or preparation. Kuruk's immediate response to his wife's disappearance was both heroic and desperate, his attempt to rescue her through direct action, reflecting the kind of courage and determination that had characterized his approach to all previous challenges, while revealing how completely inadequate normal avatar abilities were for addressing threats that originated in spiritual realms where different laws governed what was possible and what prices would be demanded for any attempted intervention. His diving into the water after her was motivated by love that made rational calculation of odds or consequences irrelevant, but the spiritual forces that had claimed her were beyond the reach of physical courage or elemental mastery. The discovery that Ko the Face Stealer was responsible for Umi's fate transformed Kuruk's grief into something more complex and terrible. His understanding that her loss was not accidental tragedy, but deliberate punishment for what the ancient spirit perceived as avatar arrogance, creating guilt and rage that would consume the remainder of his shortened life. The realization that his cosmic responsibilities had made him a target for spiritual entities whose standards and methods operated according to principles that took no account of human love or individual suffering added existential horror to personal loss, showing how avatar service could attract attention from forces that viewed human emotion as weakness to be exploited, rather than strength to be respected. Ko's explanation of his motivations revealed how spiritual entities could perceive Avatar activities as threats to be countered rather than services to be supported. His ancient consciousness, holding grudges and interpretations of cosmic balance that conflicted fundamentally with Avatar understanding of proper relationships between different forms of existence. The Face Stealer's methods of punishment reflected spiritual justice that operated according to principles more concerned with teaching lessons about humility than with mercy toward individuals whose only crime had been loving someone whose cosmic responsibilities made such affection dangerous for both partners in relationships that should have been sources of joy rather than vulnerability. The impossible choice that confronted Kuruk when he finally faced Ko in the spirit world embodied the kind of moral dilemma that Avatar power could create rather than solve, his option being either to destroy the entity that held his wife captive or to accept her permanent imprisonment as price for avoiding actions that would eliminate any possibility of her eventual freedom. The spiritual mathematics that governed this situation made both alternatives unacceptable while requiring decision that would determine not just Umi's fate, but Kuruk's own spiritual development and his approach to Avatar responsibilities throughout whatever remained of his lifetime. The decision to preserve Ko rather than destroying him represented Kuruk's recognition that Umi's consciousness might survive in some form that could potentially be rescued through methods that he had not yet discovered, his hope that future spiritual development or cosmic intervention might create possibilities for her restoration that would be foreclosed permanently if he chose immediate vengeance over patient endurance of uncertainty and continued seeking for solutions that might not exist but could not be found. If the search ended through destructive action motivated by grief rather than wisdom, but the psychological cost of this choice was devastating and permanent, Kuruk's remaining years being consumed by spiritual adventures and desperate searches that took him into realms where Avatar power provided inadequate protection against entities and forces that operated according to principles designed to test and potentially destroy consciousness that ventured beyond the safety of familiar territories and conventional approaches to spiritual exploration. His pursuit of Umi through spirit world landscapes that shifted according to dream logic and nightmare symbolism created forms of suffering that no previous Avatar had been required to endure, while providing insights into spiritual reality that were purchased through prices that seemed disproportionate to their value. The battles that Kuruk fought in the spirit world during his search for Umi were unlike any conflicts that previous Avatars had faced, involving opponents whose power was not simply greater than his, but qualitatively different in ways that made conventional combat techniques and strategies irrelevant or counterproductive. These spiritual entities fed on the very emotions and attachments that made him human, using his love for Umi as weapon against him while demonstrating how completely Avatar power could be neutralized by forces that understood consciousness better than he had been prepared to comprehend. The gradual deterioration of Kuruk's physical and mental health reflected the toll that spiritual combat was taking on someone whose consciousness was being stretched beyond normal human limits, while his body remained anchored to physical reality that seemed increasingly distant and irrelevant, compared to the spiritual realms where his essential being was engaged in struggles that conventional medicine and healing could neither understand nor address. His appearance aged rapidly, while his personality became increasingly withdrawn from ordinary human concerns and relationships that seemed trivial compared to cosmic issues that occupied his attention and energy. The premature death that came to Avatar Kuruk at age 33 was both release and tragedy. His exhausted consciousness finally succumbing to spiritual damage that had accumulated through years of battling entities, whose very existence challenged human understanding of what forms of consciousness were possible and what prices might be demanded for insights into spiritual reality that exceeded safe boundaries of exploration and discovery. His final illness was mysterious to everyone except himself, involving spiritual wounds that could not be healed through normal methods, while manifesting physical symptoms that reflected damage to aspects of his being that medical knowledge could not identify or treat. The deathbed gathering of Kuruk's closest friends provided him with opportunity to transmit final wisdom about avatar responsibilities and the dangers that future incarnations might face when cosmic service conflicted with personal attachment and the human need for love and companionship. His instructions about finding the next avatar reflected his understanding that his successor would inherit not just power and responsibility, but the unresolved spiritual conflicts that his own lifetime had been inadequate to address, particularly the ongoing search for Umi and the questions about proper relationships between avatar duties and individual happiness that his experience had raised without resolving. The continuation of Kuruk's search for Umi in the spirit world after his physical death represented both dedication and possibly unhealthy attachment, his consciousness unable to release its focus on personal relationship, even when such continued seeking might interfere with the spiritual development and preparation that avatar death was supposed to provide for future incarnations. The question of whether his persistence in this search represented admirable loyalty or spiritual error that could compromise the avatar cycle's effectiveness would influence subsequent avatar philosophy while remaining unresolved through direct evidence about outcomes or consequences. The impact of Kuruk's tragedy on avatar tradition and training methods was profound and lasting. Future spiritual teachers recognizing that avatar service could create vulnerabilities and attract dangers that had not been adequately understood or prepared for in previous generations of avatar development. The balance between cosmic responsibility and personal fulfillment that his experience had shown to be so precarious would require new approaches to avatar education that acknowledged the psychological and spiritual risks involved in bearing such extraordinary burdens while maintaining human connections that provided meaning and stability. The reincarnation as Avatar Kyoshi that followed Kuruk's death would inherit both the unresolved spiritual conflicts that had consumed his lifetime and the accumulated wisdom about avatar service that his suffering had generated. Her different personality and circumstances creating opportunities for different approaches to the challenges that had proven too great for her predecessor to manage successfully. The contrast between his tragedy and her eventual achievements would demonstrate how individual avatar success or failure could depend on factors beyond cosmic power or spiritual development, including circumstances, personality traits, and support systems that could either facilitate or undermine effective service to universal welfare and balance. The fifth nation that emerged from the scattered remnants of pirate communities throughout the eastern seas represented everything dangerous and unpredictable about maritime life. During the era when Avatar Kyoshi was still discovering her true identity, their confederation of raiders and outcasts united under leadership that valued profit and personal freedom above the laws and moral constraints that governed more settled civilizations. Tulok's family had inherited control of this loose alliance through generations of successful piracy and strategic violence. Their authority maintained through combination of fear, shared prosperity, and the kind of charismatic leadership that could inspire loyalty among individuals whose primary allegiance was to their own survival and enrichment, rather than abstract principles of honor or duty. The grandfather who had originally established the treaty that governed Fifth Nation territorial limits had been a pragmatist who understood that unlimited aggression would eventually provoke responses from the more powerful, established nations that could destroy everything he had built through decades of careful expansion and consolidation. His negotiations with Earth Kingdom and Fire Nation representatives had created boundaries that allowed profitable raiding within acceptable limits, while providing his people with secure bases from which they could operate without constant fear of massive retaliation from victims who possessed superior resources and organization. But the sons who inherited Tulok's leadership after his death were younger and more ambitious than their father, their confidence inflated by years of success that had made the treaty's restrictions seem unnecessarily cautious, rather than prudent limitations on activities that could continue indefinitely as long as they remained within bounds that their victims could tolerate. The wealth that had accumulated through adherence to the old agreements created appetite for greater profits that could only be achieved through expansion beyond the territories that had been assigned to Fifth Nation operations in previous border negotiations. The decision to violate the treaty by invading lands that had been explicitly designated as off-limits reflected not just greed, but fundamental misunderstanding of the spiritual and political forces that had made their previous success possible. Their assumption that superior naval technology and battle-tested crews would be adequate to overcome any resistance they might encounter from populations that had grown soft through generations of peace and prosperity. The raids they planned were intended to be quick and decisive, overwhelming local defenses before organized response could be mounted, while extracting maximum wealth in minimum time. The territories they chose to invade were particularly significant because they included sacred sites and communities that had been under the protection of air nomad spiritual practitioners for centuries. Their violation of these boundaries, representing not just political aggression, but spiritual sacrilege that would inevitably attract attention from forces that operated according to principles the pirates had never learned to understand or respect. The air nomads who lived in these regions had maintained their traditional commitment to peace and non-violence, their defensive capabilities limited to techniques that emphasized evasion and protection, rather than the kind of aggressive retaliation that might deter more conventional attackers. Kelsang's presence in the threatened region was not accidental, but reflected his personal commitment to protecting communities and individuals whose spiritual development and philosophical principles made them vulnerable to exactly the kind of exploitation that the Fifth Nation represented. His friendship with Avatar Kuruk, having taught him lessons about the relationship between spiritual power and worldly responsibility, that influenced his approach to situations where intervention might prevent massive suffering and injustice. His airbending abilities had been developed through decades of training that emphasized harmony with natural forces rather than domination over them, creating capabilities that were formidable but remained consistent with air nomad spiritual principles. The storm that Kelsang summoned in response to the Fifth Nation invasion was not simple weather manipulation, but spiritual calling upon natural forces that had been disrupted by the pirates' violation of sacred boundaries and their assault on communities that existed under spiritual protection. The typhoon that resulted from his intervention represented collaboration between human consciousness and elemental powers that operated according to principles of cosmic justice rather than mere tactical advantage, creating destruction that was both terrible and precisely targeted toward those whose actions had created the spiritual imbalance that made such response necessary. The ships that comprised the Fifth Nation fleet had been designed for speed and maneuverability in normal weather conditions, their construction optimized for the kind of quick strikes and rapid escapes that had characterized their previous successful operations, rather than survival in supernatural storms that operated according to spiritual rather than meteorological principles. The winds that Kelsang's intervention had unleashed were beyond anything their captains had experienced or prepared for, while the waves that accompanied the typhoon exceeded the structural limitations of vessels that had seemed invincible under ordinary circumstances. The destruction that followed was comprehensive and terrible, entire ships disappearing beneath waves that seemed to target them specifically, while other vessels were torn apart by winds that struck with surgical precision rather than random natural force. The crews who had approached their invasion with confidence and anticipation found themselves struggling simply to survive conditions that made their weapons and tactical advantages completely irrelevant, while demonstrating how completely they had misunderstood the nature of the forces they had chosen to oppose through their treaty violations. Tulok's brothers died, not as heroes in glorious battle, but as victims of their own hubris and spiritual blindness. Their deaths serving as examples of what happened when human ambition operated without adequate understanding of the cosmic principles that governed relationships between different forms of consciousness, and the consequences that followed from violation of spiritual as well as political boundaries. Their vessels became tombs beneath waters that had been transformed from familiar territory into alien environment, where normal rules of survival and seamanship provided no guidance or protection. The father who had led this expedition perished alongside his sons. His lifetime of experience and accumulated wisdom proving inadequate for dealing with forces that operated beyond the reach of conventional maritime knowledge and piratical skill. His death marked the end of a generation of Fifth Nation leadership that had gradually abandoned the spiritual awareness and respectful caution that had made their original success possible, replacing wisdom with arrogance that ultimately led to destruction of everything they had sought to expand and preserve through aggressive expansion. The fleet that had seemed so formidable when it set out for the invasion was scattered and broken within hours of encountering Kelsang's typhoon. The survivors who managed to escape immediate destruction, finding themselves struggling to return to bases that now seemed impossibly distant, while their reduced numbers and damaged vessels made them vulnerable to exactly the kind of retaliation from established navies that the old treaty had been designed to prevent. The Fifth Nation's power had been broken not through prolonged warfare, but through single spiritual intervention that demonstrated the difference between human ambition and cosmic justice. The psychological impact on surviving Fifth Nation members was as devastating as their material losses. Their understanding of their place in the world fundamentally altered by encounter with forces that had rendered their previous confidence and assumptions completely meaningless. The spiritual dimensions of their defeat challenged every aspect of their worldview, while forcing recognition that their traditional approaches to power and survival were inadequate for existence in a universe governed by principles they had never learned to understand or respect. Tulok himself survived this catastrophe only because he had remained at their primary base rather than participating directly in the invasion. His caution, or possibly cowardice, saving his life while condemning him to witness the destruction of everything his family had built through generations of successful piracy and careful political maneuvering. The news of his brother's and father's deaths reached him, along with reports from the few survivors who managed to return with accounts of supernatural destruction that seemed impossible but could not be denied given the evidence of their shattered fleet and decimated crews. The decision to never again leave the Eastern Seas was both practical necessity and spiritual recognition that his people's survival depended on accepting limitations that had been violently reimposed through Kelsang's intervention, the boundaries that his family had chosen to violate proving to be more than political conveniences, but actual spiritual constraints that carried consequences far beyond anything human law or military retaliation could impose. His retreat from aggressive expansion represented acknowledgement that the Fifth Nation's continued existence depended on returning to the humble acceptance of restricted territory that his grandfather's wisdom had originally established. The years that followed were marked by gradual decline rather than recovery. The Fifth Nation's reduced capabilities and shattered confidence, making them vulnerable to exactly the kind of predation from rival pirate groups and legitimate naval forces that their previous strength had been designed to prevent. The wealth that had been accumulated through decades of successful raiding was gradually depleted through defensive expenditures and the costs of maintaining reduced operations, while their reputation for invincibility had been replaced by knowledge of their vulnerability that encouraged aggression from enemies who had previously maintained respectful distance. Tulok's aging was accelerated by the stress of leading a diminished organization while carrying guilt over decisions that had led to the deaths of his family members and the destruction of their collective life's work. His health declining as he struggled to maintain operations that provided barely adequate protection and prosperity for followers whose loyalty was being tested by circumstances that offered little hope for improvement or expansion. The leadership position that had once represented power and freedom became burden that consumed his remaining years, while providing inadequate resources for addressing problems that seemed to multiply faster than solutions could be implemented. The death that eventually came to Tulok was peaceful only in the sense that it represented release from responsibilities that had become impossible to fulfill adequately, his final years having been consumed by the grinding work of managing decline rather than the exciting challenges of expansion and conquest that had characterized the Fifth Nation during its period of strength and optimism. His passing marked the end of an era when piracy could operate as organized political force capable of challenging established nations, the spiritual and practical lessons of the typhoon having demonstrated that certain boundaries could not be crossed without consequences that exceeded any benefits that violation might provide. The succession that brought his daughter Takaga to leadership of the remnants of the Fifth Nation represented both continuity and change, her approach to piratical operations being necessarily more cautious and strategic than the aggressive expansion that had characterized previous generations, while her personal capabilities and determination enabled her to maintain some semblance of the power and independence that had made the Fifth Nation a significant force in regional politics and economics. The Fire Lord Cheryu, whose reign would be remembered for unusual personal happiness and political stability, represented the kind of leader whose individual character could influence the direction of entire civilizations. His natural kindness and genuine interest in the welfare of his subjects, creating governmental atmosphere that emphasized service rather than domination, while his personal life demonstrated how political power could be combined with authentic human relationships that enriched rather than corrupted. The exercise of authority and responsibility. The encounter with Sulan that would transform both their lives occurred during one of the cultural exchanges between Fire Nation nobility and Earth Kingdom artistic communities that had become increasingly common as trade relationships created opportunities for interaction that went beyond simple commercial transactions to encompass intellectual and aesthetic collaboration between peoples whose different traditions could enrich each other through respectful sharing of knowledge and creative inspiration. Sulan's membership in the Kyoshi clan connected her to traditions of strength and independence that had been established by the legendary Avatar, whose approach to justice and protection of the innocent had created cultural values that emphasized personal capability and moral courage rather than passive acceptance of circumstances that could be improved through determined action and creative problem solving. Her artistic abilities reflected these cultural influences, while demonstrating individual talents that transcended ethnic and political boundaries to create beauty that could be appreciated by anyone whose sensitivity was adequate to recognize genuine creative achievement. The attraction that Xiaoyu felt for Sulan was immediate and profound, encompassing not just physical and romantic interest, but intellectual fascination with someone whose background and perspective differed so completely from his own experience, while complementing his personality and interests in ways that suggested possibilities for relationship that could transcend the political and cultural boundaries that normally limited royal marriages to diplomatic arrangements, rather than personal choice and genuine affection. The political complications that arose from the Fire Lord's interest in an Earth Kingdom woman were significant but not insurmountable, his position providing him with authority to make decisions about his personal relationships that might be controversial, but could not be prevented by advisors or courtiers whose concerns about diplomatic implications and cultural precedents were outweighed by his determination to pursue happiness that seemed both genuine and potentially beneficial for broader relationships between their nations. The decision to divorce his first wife in order to marry Sulan was perhaps the most difficult choice of Cheryu's reign, involving personal and political considerations that created conflicts between his individual desires and his responsibilities as ruler, whose decisions could affect not just his immediate happiness, but the stability and welfare of everyone who depended on Fire Nation leadership for security and prosperity. The first marriage had been arranged for political reasons and had never provided the kind of personal satisfaction that made the sacrifices required by royal responsibility seem worthwhile. But ending it required negotiations and arrangements that consumed months of careful diplomacy. The wedding ceremony that united Cheryu and Sulan was conducted according to Fire Nation traditions that had been modified to incorporate Earth Kingdom elements that honored her cultural background, while demonstrating the possibility of synthesis between different approaches to celebrating human relationships and spiritual commitment. Their vows reflected both political significance and personal meaning, creating foundation for marriage that could serve both individual happiness and broader symbolic purposes that demonstrated possibilities for cooperation and mutual understanding between peoples whose histories included conflict as well as collaboration. The happiness that characterized their marriage was genuine and obvious to everyone who observed their interactions. Their love, creating atmosphere of joy and optimism that influenced court culture and governmental decision-making in ways that emphasized cooperation and creative problem-solving, rather than the kind of competitive maneuvering and suspicious defensiveness that had characterized previous royal administrations. Their relationship became model for how political power could be exercised through principles of partnership and mutual support rather than domination and hierarchy. The pregnancy that brought such joy to their marriage also created anxiety about complications that royal women had historically faced during childbirth. The combination of political pressure and medical limitations, making every royal pregnancy a source of celebration, mixed with concern for outcomes that could affect not just family happiness, but political stability and succession planning, that involved considerations far beyond normal parental hopes and fears. The final months of Sulan's pregnancy were marked by careful medical attention and spiritual practices that drew upon both Fire Nation and Earth Kingdom traditions for protecting mothers and children during the vulnerable period when birth complications could create tragedies that affected entire nations as well as individual families, their preparations reflecting both personal love and political recognition that the child she carried would someday bear responsibilities that required survival of both mother and baby through the dangerous process of birth. The labor that ultimately claimed Sulan's life was not unusual in its difficulty or duration, but complications arose that the available medical knowledge and techniques could not address adequately her body's responses to the stress of childbirth, creating conditions that exceeded the healing capabilities that even royal resources could provide. The irony of her strength and independence being inadequate to overcome biological processes that had claimed countless women throughout history added poignancy to loss that might have seemed more acceptable if it had been caused by external threats rather than natural functions that should have brought joy rather than tragedy. The final conversations between Sulan and Cheryu were conducted while she remained conscious enough to express her wishes about their son's upbringing and the ways that his Fire Nation inheritance could be balanced with appreciation for Earth Kingdom, traditions that had shaped her personality and values, her dying request that their child be named Zoryu, reflecting her desire that her cultural heritage remain visible in the royal succession, even after her death had eliminated her personal influence on his development and education. The name Zoryu that she chose for their son incorporated the traditional Kyoshi clan prefix that had marked her family's identity for generations while adapting to Fire Nation, naming conventions in ways that demonstrated how different cultural traditions could be synthesized rather than requiring choice between competing loyalties and influences. Her death came peacefully after she had received her husband's promise that their son would grow up knowing about both sides of his heritage and the values that each culture could contribute to his formation as future leader. The grief that consumed Fire Lord Cheryu following Sulan's death was profound and lasting, transforming him from optimistic ruler whose happiness had influenced his entire administration into someone whose personal loss created empathy for suffering that made his governance more compassionate, while his understanding of mortality gave his political decisions greater depth and wisdom than had been possible during his earlier years of unmarked prosperity and personal contentment. The child-rearing responsibilities that fell to Cheryu after becoming a widowed father required him to balance royal duties with personal attention to Zoryu's development. His commitment to honoring Sulan's wishes about their son's education, creating opportunities for the young prince to learn about Earth Kingdom culture and values while preparing for eventual assumption of Fire Nation leadership, responsibilities that would require understanding of both traditions if he was to rule wisely and effectively. The years of Cheryu's widowerhood were marked by governmental policies that reflected his personal experience of loss and his recognition that royal power should be used to prevent or alleviate suffering rather than simply maintaining stability and prosperity for those who were already privileged and secure. His approach to leadership becoming more thoughtful and inclusive as his individual tragedy taught him lessons about vulnerability and mutual dependence that academic study could never have provided. The natural death that eventually came to Fire Lord Cheryu was peaceful and dignified, his final illness providing time for reflection on a reign that had been marked by both personal happiness and tragedy, while his relationships with subjects and foreign leaders created foundations for continued prosperity and international cooperation that would serve the Fire Nation well under his son's leadership. The posthumous recognition that established Cheryu's reputation as Fire Lord of the Green Fields reflected both his agricultural policies that had improved food production and distribution throughout his realm and his personal character that had created governmental atmosphere, emphasizing growth and nurturing rather than conquest and exploitation. his legacy demonstrating how individual royal character could influence entire civilizations, while showing that political success could be measured by happiness and prosperity rather than merely by territorial expansion or military dominance. The succession that brought Prince Zoryu to the throne represented both continuity and change in Fire Nation leadership, his mixed cultural heritage and his father's example creating foundation for rule that would balance traditional Fire Nation strengths with innovations inspired by Earth Kingdom values and approaches to governance that emphasized stability and long-term prosperity rather than short-term advantage or aggressive expansion that might create conflicts with neighboring nations. Hark and Jaisa, who would become known to history primarily as Avatar Kyoshi's parents despite their abandonment of her during her childhood, represented the kind of individuals whose personal failures and tragic choices could have consequences that extended far beyond their immediate families to affect the spiritual and political development of entire civilizations. Their decisions to leave their daughter in others' care while pursuing lives that prioritize personal freedom over parental responsibility, creating circumstances that would profoundly influence how one of history's most powerful avatars understood justice, loyalty, and the obligations that individuals bore toward those who depended on them for protection and guidance. Their early relationship had been marked by the kind of passionate attraction and shared adventure that characterized many partnerships formed within the Daofei communities that existed on the margins of conventional society, their love developing through experiences that emphasized individual freedom and rejection of social constraints rather than the stability and commitment that successful child-rearing required. The excitement and unpredictability that made their relationship romantic and fulfilling as a couple created exactly the kind of environment that was inappropriate for raising children who needed security and consistent care rather than constant movement and exposure to dangers. The decision to abandon Kyoshi was not made suddenly or without consideration of alternatives, but their commitment to the Daofei lifestyle and their inability to adapt their personal desires to parental responsibilities made conventional family life seem impossible, while the demands of caring for a young child increasingly conflicted with their desire for the kind of freedom and adventure that had brought them together and continued to define their relationship. The rationalizations they developed for leaving her with others who could provide more stable care reflected their genuine belief that this choice served her interests as well as their own. The years that followed their departure from Kyoshi's life were marked by continued wandering and adventure that provided them with the personal satisfaction and excitement they had sought, while eliminating the guilt and constraint that parental responsibility had imposed on their freedom to make choices based solely on their desires and immediate interests. Their involvement with various Daofei groups provided them with community and purpose, while enabling lifestyle that emphasized present experience over future planning or consideration of consequences that their choices might create for others. The fever that eventually claimed both their lives was contracted during one of their travels with a Daofei band whose movements took them through regions where disease was common and medical care was inadequate to address serious illness, their deaths occurring far from anyone who had known them during their earlier life or who could provide news of their fate to the daughter they had abandoned years before. The tragedy was doubled by the timing, their deaths occurring just when Kyoshi's emerging identity as Avatar might have enabled her to locate them and attempt some form of reconciliation that could have healed wounds created by their abandonment. The irony of their deaths being caused by choices that prioritized adventure over security-reflected patterns that had characterized their entire relationship and approach to life, their commitment to immediate experience and personal freedom. ultimately leading to circumstances where those very values contributed to their premature deaths in conditions that conventional stability and family commitment might have helped them avoid. Their fate served as example of how personal choices could create consequences that were both predictable and preventable through different approaches to balancing individual desires with responsibilities toward others. The news of their deaths reached Kyoshi only indirectly and long after the fact, her discovery of her parents' fate adding grief over lost opportunities for understanding and reconciliation to the anger and abandonment she had carried since childhood. Their deaths eliminating any possibility that their relationship could be repaired, or that she could gain insight into their motivations and the circumstances that had led to their decision to leave her. The finality of death transformed her resentment into more complex emotions that included mourning for parents she had never really known, alongside continued hurt over their failure to provide the love and stability that every child deserved. The impact of their abandonment on Kyoshi's personality and approach to Avatar responsibilities was profound and lasting. Her understanding of justice and protection being shaped by personal experience of being left vulnerable and unprotected by those who should have provided care and security, creating determination that others would not suffer similar abandonment if her power could prevent such outcomes. Their failure as parents became foundation for her fierce commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves, while her childhood experience of abandonment made her suspicious of those who claimed authority or demanded trust, without demonstrating genuine commitment to the welfare of those who depended on them. Avatar Kyoshi's era was marked by deaths that reflected the complex moral landscape she navigated throughout her extraordinary lifetime, where justice often required choices between competing forms of suffering, and where the protection of innocence sometimes demanded actions that challenged every principle of mercy and forgiveness that traditional spiritual teaching had emphasized as essential for maintaining harmony between different forms of consciousness and different approaches to understanding proper relationships between power and responsibility. In a world where evil could disguise itself as virtue while genuine wisdom often appeared harsh to those who preferred comfortable illusions to difficult truths, Jianzhu's transformation from respected mentor and political leader into murderous manipulator represented one of the most profound betrayals in Avatar history. His descent into systematic killing motivated not by obvious evil or personal ambition, but by genuine belief that his actions served the greater good and that the preservation of stability required sacrifices that others lacked the courage or wisdom to make when circumstances demanded decisive intervention to prevent greater suffering and chaos. His intelligence and political acumen had made him valuable advisor and effective administrator, but these same qualities enabled him to rationalize increasingly extreme measures as necessary steps toward goals that seemed to justify any methods required for their achievement. The web of murders that Jianzhu orchestrated throughout the later period of his life began with targeted elimination of individuals whose knowledge or opposition threatened his carefully constructed plans for managing Avatar succession and political stability, each killing representing not random violence, but calculated removal of obstacles to outcomes that he had convinced himself were essential for preventing greater catastrophes. His approach to assassination was methodical and sophisticated, employing techniques that left minimal evidence while ensuring that his victims could not interfere with processes that he believed were too important to be derailed by individual conscience or competing interpretations of proper Avatar protocol and training. Forefather Guan's interrogation and subsequent death demonstrated how completely Jianzhu had abandoned conventional moral constraints in favor of pragmatic calculation about what information was necessary for his plans and what prices were acceptable for obtaining such knowledge. His willingness to torture and kill elderly spiritual leaders, reflecting transformation from someone who had once respected traditional authority into someone who viewed all other individuals as potential resources or obstacles to be managed according to their utility for achieving predetermined outcomes. The murder was conducted with clinical efficiency that revealed how thoroughly Jianzhu's emotional responses had been subordinated to intellectual analysis of strategic requirements. The method used to kill Guan was deliberately designed to leave no physical evidence, while ensuring that the victim could not provide information to others who might interfere with Jianzhu's broader plans. His earthbending abilities enabling forms of violence that were both precise and undetectable to anyone who lacked similar elemental mastery and understanding of how earth manipulation could be applied to human anatomy in ways that caused death without obvious trauma or wounds that might suggest murder rather than natural causes or accident. The psychological preparation that enabled Jianzhu to commit such acts required systematic suppression of empathy and moral sensitivity that had once made him valued teacher and trusted advisor, his intellectual gifts being perverted into instruments for rationalizing behavior that violated every principle of respect for human life and dignity that Earth Kingdom culture had traditionally emphasized as essential for maintaining social order and individual spiritual development. The transformation was gradual but comprehensive, each compromise with conscience, making subsequent violations of moral principle easier, while creating momentum toward increasingly extreme actions. Chamberlain Huey's murder, along with his entire group of advisors, represented escalation in both the scope and sophistication of Jianzhu's killing operations. His recognition that individual eliminations were inadequate for preventing organized opposition to his plans, requiring mass assassination that could neutralize entire networks of potential resistance while maintaining plausible deniability about the causes of death that might attract unwanted attention from investigators or political opponents, who might connect disparate deaths into patterns that revealed deliberate conspiracy. The poisoning technique that Jianzhu employed for these multiple murders was particularly insidious because it exploited social customs and expectations about hospitality that made the tea service seem like normal courtesy rather than delivery system for lethal substances. His knowledge of chemistry and human physiology, enabling him to select toxins that would produce symptoms resembling natural illness, while operating with timing that prevented victims from identifying the source of their distress or seeking medical attention that might have enabled survival or provided evidence about the true nature of their condition. The meeting where these deaths occurred had been arranged under pretenses of normal political consultation, Huey and his advisors attending with expectations of routine discussion about governmental policy and administrative concerns rather than life-threatening exposure to someone whose agenda included their systematic elimination as obstacles to plans they had been investigating with increasing suspicion and concern. Their trust in established protocols and conventional assumptions about civilized behavior made them vulnerable to attacks that exploited exactly those social expectations that normally provided protection against violence and betrayal. The blood that began dripping from Huey's nose was the first visible symptom of poisoning that would rapidly progress to complete system failure. His realization that he was dying occurring simultaneously with understanding that his investigations had been discovered and that his death was intended to prevent transmission of knowledge that could interfere with conspiracies that were more extensive and dangerous than he had imagined when he began to piece together evidence about unusual patterns in Avatar training and political manipulation that seemed to violate established traditions and legal constraints. The deaths of his advisors followed the same progression from subtle symptoms to rapid deterioration and death, their collective murder, eliminating an entire group of experienced administrators whose combined knowledge and political connections might have enabled effective resistance to Jianzhu's plans if they had been given opportunity to coordinate response to threats that they were only beginning to understand when the poisoning prevented further investigation or action. Their elimination represented not just individual tragedies, but systematic destruction of institutional knowledge and administrative capability that weakened governmental effectiveness while removing obstacles to illegal activities. The discovery of their bodies created investigation challenges that Jianzhu had anticipated and prepared for. His selection of poisons and arrangement of circumstances designed to suggest natural causes or unfortunate accidents, rather than deliberate murder that might prompt more extensive inquiries into their activities and associations. The timing of their deaths prevented completion of reports and recommendations that might have exposed the conspiracy, while their elimination removed experienced voices that might have provided guidance to younger administrators who lacked adequate knowledge to recognize dangers or develop effective responses. Jianzhu's confrontation with Yun represented the culmination of betrayals and manipulations that had characterized his relationship with the young man he had believed to be the Avatar, his willingness to sacrifice someone he had claimed to mentor and protect, demonstrating how completely his commitment to abstract goals had overwhelmed any genuine care for individual human lives and welfare. The battle between them was not simply physical conflict, but spiritual and moral struggle between competing approaches to understanding power and responsibility, with Jianzhu defending choices that had transformed him into something monstrous while Yun fought for survival against someone whose betrayal had destroyed every foundation of trust and security that had shaped his identity and expectations. The earthbending techniques that both combatants employed during their final confrontation reflected their different relationships with their element and their contrasting approaches to understanding how spiritual abilities should be integrated with moral principles and individual character, Jianzhu's mastery being technically superior but spiritually corrupted, while Yun's developing powers were enhanced by righteous anger and desperate need for justice that gave his attacks focus and intensity that pure technique could not provide. Their battle was as much psychological as physical, each participant fighting not just for victory, but for validation of fundamentally different approaches to existence and responsibility. The moment when Yun's earthbending finally overcame Jianzhu's defenses marked not just tactical success, but cosmic judgment against someone whose abuse of power and systematic violation of moral principles had created spiritual imbalance that required correction through violence that was tragic but necessary for preventing greater harm to innocent people who would have suffered if his conspiracy had been allowed to continue. The rock that pierced Jianzhu's body was both weapon and instrument of justice, ending life that had become dedicated to destruction of everything valuable about human civilization and spiritual development. The building collapse that followed represented final destruction of physical spaces that had been contaminated by the conspiracy and violence that Jianzhu's presence had brought to places that should have been dedicated to learning and spiritual growth. The architectural destruction serving as symbol of institutional and moral damage that his activities had created throughout the entire system of Avatar training and political governance that had been perverted to serve his personal agenda rather than universal welfare and development. The death that came to Jianzhu was neither quick nor easy, his final moments being consumed by recognition of how completely his choices had isolated him from every source of meaning and connection that made existence worthwhile, his intellectual gifts and political achievements being revealed as inadequate compensation for moral failures that had transformed him from respected leader into someone whose death was necessity rather than tragedy. The physical pain of his injuries was matched by spiritual anguish over understanding that his lifetime of service had been perverted into force for destruction rather than construction of anything valuable or lasting. The broader impact of Jianzhu's murderous conspiracy extended far beyond his individual victims to encompass damage to institutions and relationships that would require years to repair. His betrayal of trust and systematic violation of established protocols, creating an atmosphere of suspicion and uncertainty that made effective governance and avatar training much more difficult, while his example demonstrated how easily respected authority figures could become threats to the very people and principles they claimed to serve and protect. Liu Beifeng's murder by Yun represented a different form of injustice, the killing of someone whose only crime was providing information that enabled what he believed was legitimate avatar training and development, his death serving Yun's quest for vengeance against everyone who had participated in the deception about his identity, while demonstrating how completely the revelation of his false avatar status had corrupted his understanding of proper relationships between power and justice. The transformation of someone who had been raised to serve others into someone capable of murdering innocent people showed how profoundly spiritual and psychological damage could alter personality and moral understanding in ways that made previously unthinkable actions seem justified or necessary. The circumstances of Liu Beifeng's death were particularly tragic because his cooperation with avatar training had been motivated by genuine desire to contribute to cosmic balance and spiritual development. His willingness to share family knowledge and resources, reflecting traditional Earth Kingdom values about duty and service that should have earned respect and protection rather than making him target for revenge that was misdirected and disproportionate to any wrong he had actually committed. His murder demonstrated how innocent actions could become grounds for punishment when filtered through consciousness that had been damaged by betrayal and spiritual confusion. The method of Liu Beifeng's killing was swift but brutal, Yun's earthbending abilities being used to inflict death that was efficient, but showed no consideration for dignity or mercy that might have honored whatever positive contributions his victim had made to avatar development, despite the Fisi deception that had surrounded the training program. The casual disposal of his body in the portrait gallery reflected Yun's complete loss of respect for human life and traditional values about proper treatment of the dead, his actions showing how thoroughly his moral foundations had been destroyed by experiences that had transformed him from potential avatar into agent of indiscriminate destruction. Chancellor Dairen's death represented killing of someone whose position and responsibilities made him symbol of governmental authority that Yun had come to view as inherently corrupt and deserving of destruction, his murder being motivated not by personal animosity, but by ideological hatred of institutional power that had been used to deceive and manipulate him throughout his formative years. The Chancellor's death was intended to send message about Yun's rejection of all established authority while demonstrating capabilities that made conventional security measures inadequate for protecting officials whose positions might make them targets for similar attacks. The assassination technique that Yun employed against Chancellor Dairen exploited his earthbending abilities in ways that conventional security arrangements had not anticipated. His manipulation of seemingly harmless decorative elements into lethal weapons, showing how elemental mastery could be applied creatively to overcome defensive measures that had been designed to address more conventional threats. The portrait gallery where the attack occurred became killing ground, where artistic beauty was transformed into instruments of death, the irony of cultural achievements being used for destruction reflecting Yun's complete alienation from civilized values and institutions. The mortal wounds that Darren sustained were beyond the healing capabilities available even to someone of his rank and resources. The precision of Yun's attack being designed to ensure death while preventing any possibility that his victim might survive long enough to provide information about his attacker or the methods that had been used to overcome security, measures that should have provided adequate protection. The Chancellor's death was both personal tragedy and political catastrophe, removing experienced leader while demonstrating vulnerabilities in governmental security that created atmosphere of fear and uncertainty among surviving officials. The healer who examined Darren's wounds recognized immediately that the injuries were beyond medical treatment, her professional assessment providing confirmation that the attack had been conducted with knowledge of anatomy and strategic thinking that suggested training and capability that exceeded random violence or conventional assassination. Methods. The precision and effectiveness of the attack created concerns about the identity and motivations of someone who possessed such dangerous abilities, while apparently being willing to use them against governmental officials without regard for consequences or collateral damage. The investigation that followed these murders revealed patterns that suggested systematic campaign against individuals associated with Avatar training and political authority. The connections between victims creating profile of someone whose knowledge of institutional operations and personal histories enabled selection of targets whose elimination would cause maximum disruption while serving agenda that remained unclear to authorities who lacked understanding of the deception and betrayal that had motivated Yun's transformation from Avatar candidate into serial killer, whose actions threatened stability of entire governmental and spiritual systems. Yun's final confrontation with Avatar Kyoshi represented clash between competing approaches to understanding justice and proper response to betrayal and deception, his quest for vengeance being met by someone whose own experiences with abandonment and injustice had created different conclusions about how power should be used to address wrongs and protect innocents from further harm. Their battle was not simply physical conflict but philosophical struggle between retribution and protection, individual vengeance and universal responsibility, destruction and construction of better alternatives to systems that had failed to serve justice and spiritual development. The advanced healing technique that Kyoshi employed to kill Yun was paradoxical application of abilities that were normally used to preserve life. Her manipulation of his body temperature and circulatory functions, demonstrating how completely she had integrated different elemental abilities, while showing that even healing arts could become instruments of execution when circumstances required permanent solutions to threats that could not be addressed through conventional methods of restraint or rehabilitation. The technique was both merciful and terrible, ending his life quickly, while ensuring that his destructive quest could not continue to harm innocent people. The freezing of Yun's heart and lungs represented final resolution of tragedy that had begun with mistaken Avatar identification and had escalated through betrayal and systematic murder into crisis that threatened to undermine confidence in Avatar succession and spiritual authority, his death being necessary but tragic conclusion to story that demonstrated how completely individual lives could be destroyed by institutional failures and deception that violated fundamental principles of trust and honest communication between those who held power and those who depended on their guidance and protection. The broader implications of Yun's rampage and eventual death would influence Avatar training protocols and governmental security measures for generations, his example showing how dangerous it could be when individuals with exceptional abilities were subjected to betrayal and manipulation that corrupted their understanding of justice while providing them with capabilities that could be used for destruction rather than construction of better alternatives to systems that had failed to serve their intended purposes of promoting spiritual development and social harmony. Qin the Conqueror's death represented perhaps the most dramatic example of how personal pride and inflexibility could lead to self-destruction even when alternatives were available that would have preserved life while allowing retreat from positions that had become impossible to maintain through military force or political maneuvering. His refusal to yield ground when faced with Avatar Kyoshi's earth-bending demonstration, showing how completely his identity had become tied to conquest and domination, rather than practical wisdom about when to fight and when to accept limitations that reality imposed on even the most ambitious and capable leaders. The military expansion that had brought Qin to Kyoshi's attention was methodical and comprehensive, his armies having conquered territory after territory through combination of superior organization, tactical innovation, and ruthless application of force that eliminated resistance while demonstrating to potential opponents that submission was preferable to destruction, that awaited those who chose to fight rather than accepting incorporation into his growing empire. His success had been built on careful preparation and strategic thinking that had enabled him to overcome opposition that individual courage or patriotic determination could not sustain against overwhelming military advantage. The conquests that had established Qin's reputation were marked by systematic destruction of local governance structures and cultural institutions that might have provided foundation for future resistance. His approach to empire building, emphasizing complete elimination of alternatives to his authority rather than accommodation or integration of different approaches to social organization that might have created more stable and broadly acceptable forms of political control. His methods were effective in establishing dominance, but created resentment and instability that required constant military presence and surveillance to prevent rebellion. The decision to demand surrender from Kyoshi's community reflected his confidence that no local resistance could overcome the military forces that had proven adequate for conquering every other territory he had targeted. His assumption that Avatar power was either mythical or inadequate to counter conventional military superiority, leading him to approach this confrontation with casual confidence that would prove to be completely misplaced when tested against elemental abilities that operated according to principles his strategic thinking had never been required to consider or anticipate. Avatar Kyoshi's response to Qin's ultimatum was immediate and unprecedented. Her earth-bending manipulation of geological forces, creating physical separation between her homeland and the continent that eliminated the possibility of military conquest, while demonstrating power that exceeded anything in recorded history for scope and permanence of geographical change, accomplished through human agency. The separation of the peninsula was not simply defensive measure, but creative solution that protected her people while making future military threats impossible, regardless of how large or well-equipped invading forces might become. The earthquake and geological upheaval that accompanied this separation were beyond anything that Qin's military experience had prepared him to understand or counter, his armies being rendered completely irrelevant by display of power that operated on scales and according to principles that made conventional warfare seem like children's games played with toys rather than serious methods for determining political outcomes. The ground beneath his feet was no longer stable foundation for military action, but malleable material subject to manipulation by forces that his worldview had no framework for comprehending or addressing. The terror that Qin's soldiers experienced during this demonstration of Avatar power was complete and immediate. Their military training and battlefield experience, providing no preparation for circumstances where the Earth itself became enemy that could not be fought through conventional weapons or tactics, while their leaders' commands became meaningless in face of forces that operated beyond the reach of human authority or organizational capability. The retreat that followed was not tactical withdrawal, but panicked flight from supernatural forces that challenged every assumption about how conflicts between human groups could be conducted and resolved. But Qin himself remained motionless while his armies fled, his personal pride and psychological investment in his identity as conqueror, making retreat impossible, even when rational analysis of the situation clearly indicated that continued resistance would accomplish nothing except his own death, without affecting the outcome of confrontation that had already been decided through Avatar intervention. His refusal to move when the ground shifted beneath him reflected not courage but stubborn attachment to self-image that made survival seem less important than maintaining consistency with lifetime of never yielding to opposition. The fall that killed Qin was not heroic sacrifice or meaningful gesture of defiance, but simple consequence of physical laws operating on someone whose psychological rigidity prevented adaptation to changed circumstances that required different responses than those that had been successful in previous situations where conventional military force had been adequate to overcome opposition. His death was both absurd and predictable, the inevitable result of inability to recognize that some forms of power could not be overcome through determination or courage when the fundamental conditions of conflict had been altered beyond anything previous experience had prepared him to handle. The impact that created his death was instantaneous and final, his body being destroyed by forces that had been set in motion through his own refusal to acknowledge limitations that reality had imposed on his ambitions and methods. The irony of his destruction being caused by his own inflexibility rather than direct Avatar attack, showing how completely personal characteristics that had contributed to his previous success had become liabilities when circumstances required different approaches to leadership and decision-making. The aftermath of Qin's death created legends that emphasized different aspects of the confrontation, depending on the political perspectives and cultural values of those who transmitted stories about what had happened when unstoppable force met immovable object, some versions treating him as tragic hero whose pride led to noble death, while others emphasized the folly of challenging cosmic forces through conventional military means that were inadequate for addressing threats that operated according to spiritual rather than political principles. Avatar Kyoshi's own response to Qin's death was a complex mixture of satisfaction over protecting her people and recognition that even necessary violence carried costs that extended beyond immediate tactical results to encompass broader questions about how power should be used and what obligations came with capabilities that could reshape geography and determine the fate of entire civilizations through individual decisions that might be made in moments of crisis without adequate time for considering all possible alternatives or consequences. The geological changes that had caused Qin's death were permanent and irreversible, creating new island that would serve as monument to both Avatar power and the consequences of excessive pride, while demonstrating that some conflicts could be resolved through creative solutions that eliminated underlying sources of disagreement rather than requiring choice between victory, defeat that left underlying problems unresolved. and potentially capable of creating future conflicts between the same parties or their successors. Avatar Roku's death marked the end of an era when individual friendship between Avatar and Fire Lord had seemed capable of maintaining peace through personal relationship and mutual understanding. His betrayal by Fire Lord Sozin, demonstrating how completely political ambition could corrupt even the deepest bonds of affection and shared history, when power created opportunities for achieving goals that seemed to justify abandoning every principle of loyalty and honor that had previously governed behavior between individuals whose lives had been intertwined since childhood. The volcanic eruption that would claim Roku's life was not simply natural disaster, but cosmic manifestation of spiritual imbalance that had been building through years of increasing tension between his avatar responsibilities and his reluctance to take decisive action against someone whose friendship he valued more than his duty to prevent the kind of aggressive expansion that would eventually consume the world in warfare. The island where Roku had chosen to spend his final years was a place of spiritual significance that had been selected for its isolation from political pressures and its connection to elemental forces that could support the kind of deep meditation and spiritual practice that aging avatars traditionally pursued during their withdrawal from active involvement in worldly affairs. The volcanic activity that had always characterized this region provided constant reminder of the power that lay beneath apparently stable surfaces, the geological forces that could reshape entire landscapes, serving as metaphor for political and spiritual energies that were building toward eruptions that would transform the entire world, whether individuals were prepared for such changes or not. The night when the volcano began its catastrophic eruption was marked by portents and supernatural manifestations that should have warned anyone with spiritual sensitivity that natural and cosmic forces were aligning in ways that would test every assumption about the relationship between individual choice and universal consequence, between personal loyalty and cosmic responsibility, between the bonds that connected individuals and the duties that connected them to larger patterns of existence that transcended any single lifetime or relationship. The tremors that preceded the major eruption were not simply geological phenomena, but spiritual warnings about forces that had been unleashed through human choices and would now demand resolution through whatever means the universe deemed necessary. Roku's initial response to the erupting volcano demonstrated the kind of heroic determination and elemental mastery that had characterized his entire career as Avatar. His immediate mobilization of all four elements in coordinated effort to contain and redirect destructive forces, showing that age had not diminished his capabilities or his commitment to protecting innocent life, regardless of personal cost or risk to his own survival. The techniques he employed combined traditional Avatar methods with innovations that reflected decades of experience and spiritual development. His bending, creating barriers and channels that diverted lava flows, while his airbending generated currents that dispersed toxic gases, and his waterbending created steam that cooled molten rock into manageable forms. The arrival of Fire Lord Sozin during the crisis represented moment of hope that personal friendship might overcome political disagreements. Their reunion during shared effort to combat natural disaster, seemingly offering opportunity for reconciliation that could heal wounds created by years of increasing tension over Fire Nation policies and Avatar objections to expansion that threatened international peace and stability. The coordination between their bending abilities was instinctive and effective, their combined firebending, creating precisely controlled applications of heat and flame that complemented Roku's multi-elemental approach, while demonstrating how powerfully they could work together when their goals were aligned, rather than opposed. The apparent success of their collaborative effort to contain the volcanic destruction created illusion that their friendship had survived political disagreements and that personal bonds could transcend the ideological differences that had threatened to destroy everything they had once shared. During their youth, when political power had seemed less important than individual relationship and mutual understanding, their working together against natural forces reminded both of them of earlier adventures and shared experiences that had formed foundation for friendship that had once seemed strong enough to survive any challenge that political responsibility might create. But the toxic gases that began to overwhelm Roku's aged body during their retreat from the most dangerous areas of volcanic activity exposed vulnerabilities that his lifetime of Avatar service had created. The spiritual and physical toll of channeling cosmic forces for decades, having weakened his resistance to environmental hazards that might not have threatened someone whose body had not been subjected to the unique stresses that Avatar responsibilities imposed on human physiology and consciousness. The gases were beyond anything his bending could disperse completely, while his physical condition made sustained exertion increasingly dangerous, even as circumstances required maximum effort from capabilities that were no longer adequate for the challenges he faced. The moment when Roku stumbled and fell during their escape represented crisis that would define both their destinies and the future of the entire world. His weakness, creating opportunity for Sozin to demonstrate either the loyalty that their lifelong friendship should have demanded, or the calculated selfishness that political ambition had been cultivating throughout his reign as Fire Lord. The hand that Roku extended toward his oldest friend was both request for physical assistance and test of whether personal bonds could survive when helping might interfere with achieving goals that had become more important than individual relationships or moral obligations. Sozin's decision to abandon Roku rather than risk his own life in rescue attempt that might have been successful represented complete triumph of political calculation over personal loyalty. His recognition that his friend's death would eliminate the primary obstacle to Fire Nation expansion, apparently outweighing every consideration of honor, gratitude, or simple human decency that should have made such betrayal unthinkable regardless of political advantages that might result from allowing someone who had trusted him to die when help was available but inconvenient. The calculation that led to this betrayal was both strategic and personal. Sozin's understanding that Roku's continued existence would mean ongoing opposition to expansion plans, combining with his recognition that the Avatar's death under apparently natural circumstances would provide perfect opportunity to proceed without supernatural interference while avoiding responsibility for murder that direct action would have entailed. The volcanic eruption provided cover for abandonment that could be disguised as tragic accident, rather than deliberate betrayal, the natural disaster serving Sozin's political interests, while seeming to absolve him of moral responsibility for outcomes that he had chosen to enable through inaction rather than cause through direct violence. The horror and disbelief that Roku experienced during his final moments were compounded by recognition that his lifelong friend was choosing political advantage over personal loyalty, the betrayal being more devastating than physical death, because it destroyed every assumption about human nature and the possibility of relationships that could transcend selfish interest when circumstances created conflicts between personal bonds and individual ambition. The gases that were killing him were less toxic than the realization that friendship he had valued above Avatar duty had been one-sided delusion that had prevented him from taking actions that might have prevented exactly the kind of catastrophic outcome that his misplaced trust was now making inevitable. Fang's loyalty provided contrast to human betrayal that made Sozin's abandonment even more contemptible. The dragon's willingness to die alongside his lifelong partner demonstrating forms of devotion and honor that Fire Lord's actions showed to be beyond his moral capacity or psychological development. The dragon's presence during Roku's final moments provided comfort that human friendship had failed to offer, while serving as witness to betrayal that would be hidden from history but could not be concealed from spiritual forces, that would ensure appropriate consequences for choices that violated fundamental principles governing relationships between conscious beings. The death that claimed both Avatar and Dragon was swift but conscious, their final moments being shared in awareness that their partnership had remained true and meaningful even as human relationships had proven inadequate to sustain trust and mutual support when tested by circumstances that revealed character rather than creating it. The volcanic fire that consumed them was both natural force and spiritual cleansing that removed obstacles to plans that would transform individual betrayal into universal catastrophe. The destruction of their bodies, marking beginning of period when unchecked ambition would be free to pursue goals that wisdom and friendship had previously constrained. The guilt that Sozin experienced after witnessing his friend's death was temporary and manageable, his psychological capacity for rationalization enabling him to transform betrayal into tragic necessity, while his political success provided validation that seemed to justify choices that violated every principle of honor and loyalty that had supposedly governed his character and relationships throughout his earlier life. The convenience of Roku's death for his expansion plans made it easy to interpret events as favorable intervention by forces that supported his goals, rather than cosmic judgment on decisions that had destroyed everything valuable about his friendship with someone who had trusted him completely. Fire Lord Sozin's use of the comet that bore his name represented culmination of ambitions that had been building throughout his reign. The enhanced firebending that celestial event provided enabling military campaigns that would have been impossible under normal circumstances, while the timing seemed to validate his belief that cosmic forces supported his vision of fire, nation dominance over other civilizations that he viewed as inferior or obstacles to proper world order. The genocide that followed was not spontaneous outburst of violence, but carefully planned campaign designed to eliminate not just immediate opposition, but any possibility that future resistance could develop among peoples whose different approaches to existence challenged Fire Nation assumptions about proper relationships between nations and individuals. The air nomads became primary target for this enhanced assault, not because they posed military threat to Fire Nation expansion, but because their spiritual authority and different approach to existence represented ideological alternative that could inspire resistance to conquest and cultural assimilation that Sozin's plans required for maintaining control over territories and populations that would otherwise retain loyalty to values and institutions that conflicted with Fire Nation hegemony. Their elimination was intended to remove not just potential military opposition, but sources of inspiration and guidance that might enable other nations to maintain resistance to Fire Nation control through spiritual resources that conventional military force could not eliminate or neutralize. The attack on the Southern Air Temple was systematic and comprehensive. Fire Nation forces using enhanced abilities provided by the comet to overcome natural defenses that had protected air nomad communities for centuries, while their knowledge of temple layout and defensive capabilities enabled coordinated assault that left no escape routes or sanctuary areas where survivors might regroup or preserve cultural knowledge and spiritual practices that could inspire future resistance. The destruction was intended to be complete and permanent, eliminating not just lives but institutions and traditions that had made air nomad civilization unique contribution to world culture and spiritual development. Monk Gyatso's final battle represented everything noble and tragic about air nomad response to genocide. His defense of temple and students demonstrating how completely their philosophical commitment to preserving life could be maintained even during circumstances that required violence for protection of innocent people and sacred institutions. His airbending during the assault was more powerful and devastating than anything he had ever employed during his years of peaceful teaching and spiritual guidance. The intensity of his defensive efforts, showing how deeply he understood what would be lost if Fire Nation forces succeeded in their mission of complete cultural elimination. The skeleton that would later be discovered surrounded by Fire Nation armor told story of desperate courage and temporary success that had been overwhelmed by superior numbers and enhanced abilities rather than lack of skill or determination on the part of someone whose entire life had been dedicated to nurturing spiritual development and protecting those who sought wisdom and peace rather than conquest and domination. His death represented not failure, but demonstration of how completely air nomad values could be maintained, even during circumstances that seemed to require abandonment of every principle that had governed their approach to existence and relationships with other forms of life. The 5 air nomad leaders, whose deaths marked the elimination of institutional leadership for their entire civilization, had spent their lives developing and preserving approaches to spiritual development and social organization that emphasized harmony and mutual support rather than competition and dominance. Their murder, representing loss of accumulated wisdom and practical experience that could never be recovered or reconstructed by future generations, who would lack access to knowledge and perspectives that had been developed through centuries of collective effort and individual dedication to transcending ordinary human limitations through disciplined practice and philosophical understanding. Sister Io's role as Mother Superior of the Eastern Air Temple had involved responsibilities for educating young air nomads in spiritual practices and cultural traditions that connected them to generations of accumulated wisdom while preparing them for lives of service to principles that transcended individual ambition or desire for personal advancement. Her death eliminated someone whose knowledge and experience represented irreplaceable resource for maintaining continuity between past achievements and future possibilities for spiritual development that required guidance from individuals whose understanding had been tested and refined through decades of practical application and teaching experience. Monk Tashio's reputation for completing historic fast that had lasted more than 98 days on Whaletail Island represented commitment to spiritual discipline and exploration of consciousness that had pushed human capabilities to their limits while demonstrating possibilities for transcendence that could inspire others to pursue similar development of potential that normal life rarely demanded or enabled. His murder eliminated living example of what dedicated spiritual practice could accomplish while destroying accumulated knowledge about techniques and methods that had enabled extraordinary achievements in areas of consciousness and physical capability that few individuals ever attempted to explore. The other monks and nuns whose names have been preserved in historical records represented thousands of individuals whose deaths eliminated not just personal lives but entire networks of relationships and accumulated experience that had sustained air nomad civilization for centuries, while enabling innovations and discoveries that had enriched understanding of spiritual development and practical applications of elemental bending abilities. Each death was individual tragedy and collective catastrophe, removing irreplaceable contributors to cultural knowledge and spiritual wisdom that had benefited not just air nomad communities, but other nations that had learned from their example and insights. The systematic nature of the genocide extended beyond simple killing to encompass destruction of architecture, art, literature, and other cultural achievements that had preserved air nomad wisdom and demonstrated their unique approach to creating harmony between human consciousness and natural forces that governed elemental bending and spiritual development. The elimination of these physical manifestations of their culture was intended to ensure that future generations would have no access to evidence or inspiration that might enable reconstruction of approaches to existence that challenged Fire Nation assumptions about proper relationships between power and wisdom, individual ambition, and collective welfare. The trap caves that were constructed to eliminate surviving air nomads represented particularly cruel form of psychological warfare, their design exploiting spiritual and emotional attachments that made air nomad survivors vulnerable to manipulation through hope that other members of their communities had survived the initial assault and might be gathered in hidden locations where traditional culture and practices could be preserved until circumstances allowed for broader reconstruction of their civilization. These traps transformed natural human desire for connection and community into instruments of destruction that eliminated individuals who might otherwise have succeeded in maintaining fragments of their culture through dispersed survival and gradual rebuilding. The artificial caves filled with air nomad relics and religious artifacts created convincing illusion of authentic survival communities, while actually serving as killing grounds where individuals who had managed to escape initial genocide would be lured into vulnerable positions where they could be captured or eliminated without opportunity for escape or resistance. The psychological impact of discovering that apparent evidence of survival was actually trap, designed to complete their destruction, added spiritual torture to physical death, making final moments of their lives consumed by despair over the thoroughness of cultural elimination that had been planned and executed. The Fire Nation soldiers who participated in these genocidal operations were transformed by their actions from ordinary military personnel into instruments of cultural destruction that operated according to principles that dehumanized both victims and perpetrators, while serving political goals that required abandonment of every moral constraint that had previously limited acceptable methods for achieving military and political objectives. Their effectiveness in eliminating air nomad civilization demonstrated how completely human capacity for empathy and ethical behavior could be overridden by institutional pressure and ideological indoctrination that made mass murder seem necessary and praiseworthy rather than criminal and spiritually devastating. The legacy of Sozin's genocide extended far beyond immediate elimination of air nomad civilization to encompass transformation of Fire Nation culture and national identity that emphasized conquest and cultural supremacy rather than the creative and life-affirming aspects of fire that had originally characterized their understanding of their elemental connection and spiritual purpose. The success of their campaign against the air nomads provided template and justification for similar attacks on other nations, whose different approaches to existence challenged Fire Nation assumptions about proper world order, while demonstrating that overwhelming force could overcome any opposition, if applied systematically and without moral constraint. Fire Lord Sozin's own death came years after his greatest crime had been completed, his final years being consumed by continued searching for the Avatar who had eluded his genocide while his body gradually succumbed to age, and the spiritual corruption that systematic violation of cosmic principles had created within his Punba consciousness and physical form. The failure to locate and eliminate Avatar Aang represented only incomplete success rather than fundamental failure of his plans, since the cultural destruction that had been accomplished seemed adequate to prevent any future avatar from receiving the air nomad training and spiritual guidance that had traditionally been essential for developing capabilities necessary for effective opposition to Fire Nation expansion. The death that finally claimed the architect of genocide was natural and peaceful, his physical departure from life occurring in comfortable circumstances that seemed to provide no cosmic justice for crimes that had eliminated entire civilization while transforming his own nation into instrument of conquest and cultural destruction rather than creative force that could contribute to world harmony and mutual understanding between different approaches to existence and spiritual development. The irony of peaceful death for someone whose actions had caused so much suffering demonstrated how completely individual consequences could be disconnected from moral significance of choices and actions that affected millions of lives and shaped the development of entire civilizations. The reincarnation of Avatar Roku as Avatar Aang created opportunity for cosmic justice and restoration of balance that Sozin's genocide had been designed to prevent permanently. The new Avatar's survival in ice, providing protection from discovery, while preserving potential for eventual return to world that had been transformed by century of warfare and cultural destruction that unchecked Fire Nation expansion had created. The boy who would emerge from frozen sleep would inherit not just cosmic power, but responsibility for addressing consequences of betrayal and genocide that had shaped world conditions during his absence, while testing his capacity for justice and mercy in ways that previous avatars had never been required to face. The irony of Avatar Roku's sacrifice of friendship for duty being inadequate to prevent catastrophe, while his reincarnation's compassionate approach to enemies would prove more effective at achieving lasting peace, demonstrated cosmic principles about relationships between individual, character, and universal outcomes that operated according to spiritual logic rather than conventional assumptions about how power should be applied to achieve desired results. The failure of harsh justice contrasted with success of merciful strength would provide lessons about avatar responsibility that influenced approaches to cosmic service for generations, while showing that wisdom about proper use of power was more complex and paradoxical than simple applications of overwhelming force could address. Kia's death represented the kind of individual sacrifice that demonstrated how war's cruelties could transform ordinary people into heroes whose courage and love transcended immediate circumstances to serve principles that were more important than personal survival or safety. Her decision to protect her daughter through deception that cost her own life, showing how completely maternal devotion could overcome fear and self-preservation when circumstances required choice between individual welfare and protection of those whose survival mattered more than personal continuation of existence. The Southern Water Tribe raid that led to her death was part of systematic Fire Nation campaign to eliminate waterbending abilities from populations that might use such powers for resistance to conquest and occupation. Their military forces conducting searches and interrogations designed to identify and eliminate individuals whose elemental abilities could provide foundation for organized opposition to Fire Nation control. The raids were conducted with clinical efficiency that treated human lives as obstacles to be removed, rather than individuals deserving of respect and consideration for their rights and dignity as conscious beings. The investigation that brought Fire Nation forces to Kia's village was based on intelligence about presence of Waterbender, whose abilities had been used for healing and community service rather than military resistance. The irony of targeting someone whose elemental skills had been devoted to preserving and nurturing life rather than destruction, demonstrating how completely Fire Nation military thinking had been corrupted by assumption that any form of elemental ability represented potential threat that required elimination, regardless of how such powers had been actually employed by their possessors. Commander Yon-Ra's leadership of the raid reflected Fire Nation military culture that had been shaped by years of genocidal campaigns and systematic elimination of populations whose different approaches to existence challenged assumptions about proper world order and acceptable methods for achieving political goals. His casual approach to killing non-combatants demonstrated how completely military service had desensitized participants to moral dimensions of their actions, while creating institutional momentum toward increasingly extreme measures that seemed justified by success in achieving strategic objectives. The deception that Kia employed to protect Katara required immediate decision to sacrifice her own life for possibility that her daughter might survive to develop abilities that could contribute to eventual restoration of balance and justice to world that had been dominated by conquest and cultural destruction for generations. Her claim to be the waterbender that Fire Nation forces were seeking represented both maternal heroism and strategic thinking about how limited resources could be used most effectively to preserve something valuable for future, rather than attempting futile resistance that would accomplish nothing, except ensuring that both mother and daughter would be eliminated. The execution that followed Yon-Ra's decision to take no prisoners was swift and brutal. His killing of someone whose only crime was possessing elemental abilities that might potentially be used for resistance, demonstrating how completely Fire Nation military doctrine had abandoned moral constraints in favor of systematic elimination of any factors that might complicate conquest and control of territories and populations that had been targeted for incorporation into their expanding empire. The discovery of Kia's body by her family created trauma that would influence Katara's development and approach to relationships throughout her lifetime. The visual evidence of her mother's sacrifice, providing both inspiration for dedication to justice and psychological wound that would make trust and emotional intimacy more difficult, while creating determination that others should not suffer similar losses if her growing abilities could prevent such outcomes. The burial ceremony that Hakoda organized for his wife's remains provided opportunity for community grieving and recognition of sacrifice that had saved one life, while demonstrating courage and love that transcended immediate circumstances to serve principles that were more important than individual survival or personal happiness. The location chosen for her grave on outskirts of village created memorial that would serve as reminder of both loss and heroism, while providing focus for ongoing commitment to resistance against forces that had made such sacrifice necessary. The impact of Kia's death on Southern Water Tribe culture and resistance activities was profound and lasting. Her example, demonstrating how individual courage could serve collective welfare, while her sacrifice provided inspiration for continued opposition to Fire Nation. Occupation, despite overwhelming military disadvantage and systematic elimination of resources that had traditionally enabled effective resistance to external threats and cultural assimilation. The grief that her death created within her family became motivation for developing capabilities and commitment that would eventually contribute to ending war and restoring balance to a world that had been shaped by centuries of conquest, systematic elimination of approaches to existence that challenged Fire Nation assumptions about proper relationships between nations and individuals. Her sacrifice thus served not just immediate purpose of protecting her daughter, but larger cosmic purposes that connected individual choice and universal outcomes through through patterns of consequence and spiritual development that operated according to principles beyond normal human understanding or control. The 100-Year War's casualties extended far beyond battlefield deaths to encompass systematic destruction of families, communities, and entire ways of life that had flourished for generations before Fire Nation expansion transformed regional conflicts into global catastrophe, each individual death representing not just personal tragedy but erosion of cultural knowledge, spiritual wisdom, and human connections that could never be fully restored, even when peace was eventually achieved through Avatar intervention and political reconciliation between nations whose relationships had been poisoned by decades of systematic violence and cultural oppression. Lu Ten's death during the siege of Ba Sing Se represented the kind of heroic sacrifice that military culture celebrated, while concealing the devastating personal cost that such losses imposed on families whose love and hope were invested in individuals whose service to abstract political goals transformed them from beloved sons and daughters into casualties whose deaths were supposed to provide meaning through contribution to causes that seemed more important than individual survival or family happiness, though the reality was often simply waste of potential and destruction of relationships that could have contributed far more to human welfare through peaceful development than through military achievement. The prince's service under his father General Iroh during the massive military campaign to capture the Earth Kingdom's greatest stronghold had been marked by courage and tactical skill that demonstrated both natural ability and careful training in military arts that Fire Nation culture had developed through generations of systematic conquest and territorial expansion. His leadership abilities and personal bravery inspiring loyalty among troops who saw in him embodiment of values and capabilities that justified their commitment to warfare that required enormous personal sacrifice while promising glory and advancement that could elevate individuals above the limitations that peacetime existence imposed on ambition and achievement. The siege itself was one of the most extensive and sophisticated military operations in recorded history, involving coordination between hundreds of thousands of Fire Nation soldiers, massive siege engines, and logistical systems that could maintain armed forces at operational effectiveness for the extended periods that capturing a city of Ba Sing Se's size and defensive sophistication would require. The entire campaign representing culmination of Fire Nation military development and strategic thinking that had been refined through decades of successful conquest and territorial acquisition that had demonstrated superiority of their sea approaches to warfare and political organization. The breakthrough of Ba Sing Se's outer wall that Iroh achieved through sustained application of enhanced firebending techniques represented tactical triumph that should have marked turning point in siege that had consumed months of preparation and enormous resources while testing Fire Nation military capabilities against defenses that had been designed and improved through centuries of Earth Kingdom engineering and strategic planning, the success creating momentum that seemed to promise eventual capture of city that had never fallen to external assault, despite numerous attempts by various enemies throughout its long history. But the coincidence of military success with personal tragedy demonstrated how completely individual happiness could be sacrificed to political goals that treated human lives as expendable resources rather than irreplaceable sources of love and meaning, whose preservation should be primary consideration in any decisions about whether objectives were worth pursuing through methods that required such devastating costs. Lu Ten's mortal wounds occurring during moments when his father's attention was focused on military achievement, rather than protection of son whose survival mattered more than any strategic advantage that conquest could provide. The desperate rush to reach his dying son represented Iroh's recognition that personal relationships were more important than military glory, his abandonment of tactical command during crucial moment of siege, demonstrating how completely paternal love could override professional duty when circumstances forced choice between abstract achievement and immediate human need. Though his realization came too late to prevent tragedy that would transform him from dedicated general into someone whose understanding of war's costs had been permanently altered by experience of loss that made continued military service seem meaningless rather than heroic. The final moments between father and son were brief but profound. Their last conversation, encompassing recognition that love between individuals was more valuable than any political goal. While Lu Ten's death occurred in awareness that his sacrifice had contributed to military achievement that no longer seemed worth the price that had been paid for. Success, his passing marking end of Iroh's commitment to conquest and beginning of spiritual journey that would lead him toward wisdom about proper relationships between power and compassion, individual ambition, and universal welfare. The grief that consumed Iroh following his son's death was more than personal sorrow over lost relationship. It represented fundamental questioning of values and assumptions that had guided his entire adult life, while his military service had been based on beliefs about Fire Nation superiority and justified conquest that could no longer survive. Confrontation with reality of what such goals actually cost, inhuman suffering and destroyed potential for happiness and creative achievement that war eliminated through systematic destruction of everything valuable about civilized existence. The withdrawal from Ba Sing Se that followed represented both military retreat and spiritual awakening. Iroh's decision to abandon siege that had nearly succeeded reflecting recognition that no political objective could justify continued sacrifice of lives that were more precious than territory or strategic advantage. His transformation from conqueror to seeker, beginning during journey away from battlefield, where his son's death had taught him lessons about mortality and meaning that academic study of philosophy could never have provided through theoretical understanding alone. Fire Lord Azulon's death, through poisoning orchestrated by his son Ozai, represented culmination of political intrigue and family dysfunction that had been building throughout reign, marked by systematic expansion of Fire Nation territory and increasingly brutal methods for maintaining control over conquered populations. His murder demonstrating how completely pursuit of power could corrupt family relationships while creating circumstances where patricide seemed like acceptable method for achieving political advancement that might otherwise be delayed or prevented through normal succession processes. The events that led to Azulon's death began with Ozai's disrespectful behavior toward his older brother Iroh during period of grief following Lu Ten's death. His insensitive comments about succession and fitness for leadership, revealing character flaws and political ambition that had been concealed during years when his position as younger son had made direct challenges to established authority inadvisable, though his underlying resentment and sense of entitlement had been growing throughout years of observing brothers' military success and political favor. Azulon's response to Ozai's disrespect was intended to teach lesson about consequences of challenging established authority, while demonstrating that Fire Lord's power extended to absolute control over family relationships as well as political decisions. His order to execute Prince Zuko, representing both punishment for his son's presumption and assertion of principle, that royal succession should be determined by merit and respect for tradition, rather than manipulation and political scheming that violated fundamental values about proper relationships between generations and family members. Ursa's discovery of this death sentence created crisis that forced choice between acceptance of husband's cruel decision and desperate action to save son, whose only crime was having father, whose ambition had created dangerous political situation. Her decision to intervene, representing maternal love that transcended considerations of personal safety or political consequences, while demonstrating how completely family dysfunction could force individuals into impossible situations, where every available choice involved violation of moral principles or abandonment of essential relationships. The bargain that Ursa negotiated with Ozai represented exchange of personal freedom for son's survival. Her agreement to create untraceable poison and disappear permanently from Fire Nation, reflecting calculation that Zuko's life was more important than her own happiness, while her sacrifice would enable Ozai to achieve political goals through methods that avoided direct confrontation with his father's authority, while providing plausible deniability about causes of death that might otherwise create suspicion or investigation. The poison that Ursa developed using knowledge gained through years of study in healing arts and botanical research was specifically designed to produce symptoms that would seem like natural illness, while operating with timing and effects that prevented detection through conventional medical examination or autopsy procedures that might reveal evidence of murder. Her expertise in chemistry and plant-based medicines, enabling creation of substance that could accomplish Ozai's political objectives, while protecting her from accusations or evidence that might implicate her in conspiracy against Fire Lord's life. The administration of poison to Azalon was conducted by Ozai personally during private meeting where father and son discussed political matters and family relationships. The intimate setting, providing opportunity for introducing toxic substance into food or drink, while ensuring that no witnesses would be present to observe unusual behavior or symptoms that might suggest something other than natural illness or age-related decline in health and vitality that would make death seem expected rather than suspicious. The death that followed was gradual and apparently natural, Azulon's symptoms progressing from mild discomfort to serious illness to final system failure in patterns that seemed consistent with various age-related conditions, while the timing allowed Ozai to maintain normal behavior and emotional responses that would be expected from devoted son, whose father's death represented both personal loss and political opportunity that required appropriate balance between grief and preparation for assuming greater responsibilities. The ascension to throne that followed Azulon's death provided Ozai with power that he had been seeking throughout adult life, while eliminating restrictions and oversight that had previously limited his ability to pursue policies and military strategies that reflected his personal vision of Fire Nation destiny and proper relationships between his people and other nations that he viewed as inferior and deserving of conquest, rather than negotiation and mutual respect. The captain of the prison rig, whose death occurred during revolt organized by escaped prisoners, represented casualty of institutional failures and systematic brutality that characterized Fire Nation approach to criminal justice and political detention. His elimination by prisoners who had been subjected to inhumane treatment, demonstrating how oppressive systems could create violence and resistance that endangered everyone involved, while showing that cruelty inevitably generated responses that exceeded original injustices in scope and destructiveness. The warden, whose execution of ship's captain demonstrated casual disregard for subordinates' lives, was himself killed through similar casual violence when prisoners gained control of vessel and began eliminating representatives of system that had treated them as expendable resources, rather than human beings deserving basic consideration and humane treatment. His death representing justice that was rough and immediate, rather than measured and proportionate, while showing how institutional violence created cycles of retaliation that consumed everyone involved. The 5 Fire Nation soldiers who perished alongside their warden represented individuals whose participation in oppressive system had made them targets for prisoner revenge, while their deaths demonstrated how military service could transform ordinary people into agents of cruelty, who were held responsible for policies and practices they had not created, but had been required to implement through institutional pressure and military discipline that left little room for individual conscience or moral choice. The ocean that received these bodies served as final destination for lives that had been shaped and ultimately destroyed by systematic violence and institutional cruelty that Fire Nation political culture had developed through decades of conquest and territorial expansion, their deaths representing small portion of human cost that imperial ambitions imposed on everyone involved in military and administrative systems that treated individual lives as resources to be expended rather than preserved and protected. Han's death during Admiral Zhao's attack on Northern Water Tribe represented sacrifice of someone whose courage and determination were adequate for conventional military conflict, but insufficient for dealing with supernatural forces and spiritual violations that Zhao's assault on Moon Spirit would unleash. His elimination by commanding officer who viewed subordinates as expendable tools rather than valued companions, demonstrating institutional callousness that characterized Fire Nation military culture throughout period of aggressive expansion. The attack itself was unprecedented in scope and spiritual significance. Fire Nation naval forces employing technological advantages and enhanced abilities provided by approaching Comet to overcome Water Tribe defenses that had been adequate for protection against conventional military threats, while Zhao's personal agenda involved violations of cosmic balance that would affect entire world, rather than simply determining outcome of single battle or military campaign. The targeting of Moon Spirit represented escalation beyond conventional warfare into assault on fundamental forces that governed natural balance and elemental abilities. Zhao's willingness to eliminate source of waterbending power throughout world, demonstrating how completely military ambition could override consideration of consequences that extended far beyond immediate tactical advantages to encompass disruption of spiritual and natural systems that maintain stability and harmony throughout entire planet. Tui's death through Fire Nation assault created immediate crisis that affected every waterbender throughout world, while demonstrating how spiritual and physical realms were interconnected in ways that made violence against supernatural entities equivalent to attacks on fundamental forces that supported life and natural processes. The Moon Spirit's murder, representing violation of cosmic principles that demanded immediate correction through whatever means universe could mobilize for restoration of proper relationships between spiritual and material existence. The 50 Fire Nation soldiers who died when Avatar Aang merged with Ocean Spirit during counterattack represented casualties of spiritual intervention that operated according to principles beyond human understanding or control, their destruction serving as demonstration of what happened when military forces challenged cosmic balance through attacks that violated fundamental spiritual laws governing proper relationships between different forms of consciousness, different approaches to existence and meaning. Princess Yoe's sacrifice to restore Moon Spirit demonstrated how individual choice could serve universal purposes, while her willingness to give up life that had been preserved through spiritual intervention showed understanding of obligations and interconnections that extended beyond personal happiness or individual survival to encompass responsibility for maintaining cosmic balance that supported all life and consciousness throughout world. Professor Zai's death in Wan Shi Tong's library represented choice between personal fulfillment and practical survival. His decision to remain with accumulated knowledge rather than escaping to safety, demonstrating commitment to scholarly pursuit and intellectual achievement that transcended considerations of physical preservation, while showing how completely dedication to learning could override survival instincts when circumstances forced such decisions about priorities and values. The library's submersion created conditions where continued existence required choice between knowledge and life. The spirit's anger over military applications of information that should have been used for enlightenment rather than conquest-making, continued access to scholarly resources, contingent upon permanent separation from world where such wisdom might be corrupted through application to warfare, and political manipulation rather than pure understanding and intellectual development. The decision to remain underground with books and scrolls while companions escaped to surface represented scholars' recognition that lifetime opportunity for learning was more valuable than additional years of ordinary existence that could not provide equivalent access to accumulated wisdom and historical knowledge that library contained. His choice demonstrating how intellectual passion could create forms of courage that were different from but equivalent to military heroism or political sacrifice. The death that eventually claimed Professor Zai was gradual and peaceful, his final months being spent in study and contemplation that provided intellectual satisfaction, while physical body slowly failed from lack of adequate food and medical care that surface world could have provided but would have required abandonment of scholarly resources that represented culmination of lifetime dedication to learning and historical research that had been his primary source of meaning and identity. Jet's death represented culmination of character development that had been shaped by personal tragedy and desire for justice that had been corrupted into quest for vengeance that ultimately consumed him, while demonstrating how childhood trauma could create psychological patterns that led to choices and associations that seemed logical from perspectives of damaged individuals, but were actually self-destructive and harmful to innocent people who became targets for misdirected anger and resentment. The injury that Long Feng inflicted during confrontation in Ba Sing Se was both tactical necessity for eliminating opposition to his political control and personal attack on someone whose activities threatened carefully constructed systems of information control and social manipulation that had maintained artificial peace through suppression of truth and systematic elimination of dissenting voices. Jet's death representing casualty of institutional corruption that treated individual lives as obstacles to be removed rather than citizens deserving protection and consideration. The internal damage that resulted from earthbending attack was beyond healing abilities that even master waterbenders could provide. The precision of assault and severity of injury demonstrating how completely elemental abilities could be used for destruction of human life, while Jet's recognition of his fatal condition showed understanding that his choices and associations had led to circumstances where death was inevitable, consequence of conflicts he had chosen to engage, despite warnings about dangers involved. Avatar Aang's temporary death through Azula's lightning attack, while in Avatar state, represented crisis that threatened continuity of Avatar cycle, while demonstrating vulnerabilities that even cosmic power could not eliminate. When Avatar consciousness was focused on accessing spiritual abilities rather than defending against physical threats, his death-marking moment when Fire Nation victory seemed assured, while restoration of balance appeared impossible, given elimination of world's primary source of spiritual guidance and elemental mastery. The resurrection that Katara achieved using spirit water from Northern Water Tribe represented miraculous intervention that combined advanced healing techniques with supernatural properties of water that had been blessed through contact with Moon Spirit, her success in restoring life, demonstrating how love and determination could enable achievement of results that seemed impossible, while showing that some forms of healing required resources and capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations. Combustion Man's death during pursuit of Avatar represented elimination of threat that operated according to principles different from conventional bending, while his demise through explosion caused by disruption of his own abilities showed how specialized techniques could become liabilities when circumstances prevented proper control or application. His elimination demonstrating how determination and creative thinking could overcome seemingly insurmountable advantages when applied strategically and with understanding of opponents' methods and limitations. Team Avatar's journey through the war-torn world created encounters with death that ranged from noble sacrifice to tragic accident, each loss serving as reminder of the human cost that prolonged conflict imposed on individuals whose only crime was existing in a world where political ambitions and ideological differences had escalated beyond peaceful resolution into systematic violence that consumed innocent lives, alongside those who had chosen to participate directly in military operations and political resistance that characterized the final phase of the 100-Year War. Professor Zai's choice to remain in Wan Shi Tong's library as it sank beneath desert sands represented ultimate expression of scholarly dedication that transcended normal human priorities of survival and safety in favor of intellectual fulfillment that could only be achieved through access to accumulated knowledge and historical documents that represented lifetime opportunity for research and discovery that would never be available again if he chose immediate preservation over scholarly achievement that had been his driving motivation throughout adult life, dedicated to understanding and preserving human civilization's intellectual heritage. The circumstances that led to this fateful decision began with Team Avatar's desperate search for information that could provide strategic advantage against Fire Nation forces whose superior technology and enhanced abilities threatened to make conventional military resistance futile. Their need for intelligence about solar eclipse and its potential effects on firebending, creating urgency that justified risks involved in seeking knowledge from sources that operated according to spiritual rather than political principles, and might demand prices that exceeded immediate tactical considerations. Wan Shi Tong's vast library had accumulated knowledge spanning thousands of years of human civilization, its collections encompassing everything from practical information about agriculture and medicine to philosophical treatises and historical analyses that provided insight into patterns of political development and cultural change that could inform strategies for addressing contemporary challenges. The scope and depth of available resources, making discovery of library seem like miraculous opportunity for gaining understanding that could transform military disadvantage into strategic superiority. Professor Zai's lifetime of archaeological research and scholarly investigation had prepared him to appreciate fully what access to such comprehensive collections could mean for advancing human understanding of history and civilization, while his expertise in ancient languages and historical analysis made him uniquely qualified to extract maximum benefit from resources that would be meaningless to individuals who lacked adequate preparation for comprehending and interpreting materials. that reflected different cultural contexts and intellectual traditions than those familiar to contemporary scholarship. The initial cooperation between Team Avatar and the ancient spirit who guarded these collections seemed to offer possibility that mutual benefit could be achieved through respectful exchange of information. Their agreement to share knowledge in return for access, suggesting that spiritual entities and human seekers could establish relationships based on common interest in learning and understanding, rather than exploitation or deception that characterized many interactions between different forms of consciousness during period when warfare had poisoned relationships between groups whose natural interests might otherwise have been compatible. But Wan Shitong's discovery that military applications were intended for knowledge obtained from his sanctuary violated fundamental principles that had governed his relationship with human scholars for millennia. His dedication to pure learning and intellectual advancement being incompatible with use of information for purposes that would contribute to destruction and suffering, rather than enlightenment and cultural development. The spirit's anger, reflecting genuine betrayal of trust that had been established through centuries of respectful collaboration between seekers of wisdom and guardian of accumulated knowledge. The decision to sink library beneath desert floor represented both punishment for violation of sacred trust and practical measure to prevent future corruption of scholarly resources through military applications that transformed wisdom into weapons, while ensuring that knowledge intended for enlightenment would not be perverted into tools for conquest and systematic destruction of civilizations whose different approaches to existence challenged assumptions and beliefs of those who possessed superior military capabilities but inferior spiritual understanding. Team Avatar's escape from collapsing structure required immediate choice between personal safety and commitment to scholarly pursuit that had driven Professor Zay throughout adult lifetime, dedicated to understanding human history, cultural development. Their departure, representing practical recognition that survival was necessary for completing mission that could end war, while his decision to remain reflected different calculation of priorities that placed intellectual achievement above physical preservation when circumstances forced such choices. The final moments when Professor Zay could have joined their escape were marked by recognition that lifetime opportunity for scholarly achievement was more valuable than additional years of ordinary existence that could not provide equivalent access to resources and materials that library contained. His choice demonstrating form of courage that was different from but equivalent to military heroism, while showing how intellectual passion could create dedication that transcended normal survival instincts when confronted with ultimate test of priorities and values. The months that followed Team Avatar's departure were spent in solitary study among collections that represented pinnacle of human intellectual achievement, while physical conditions gradually deteriorated due to lack of adequate food, medical care, and social contact that surface existence could have provided. His sacrifice representing exchange of quantity of life for quality of experience that few individuals would consider worthwhile, but which reflected genuine commitment to scholarly pursuit over personal comfort and conventional happiness. The death that eventually claimed Professor Zay was gradual and peaceful, his consciousness remaining focused on learning and discovery until final moments when physical body could no longer sustain intellectual activity, his passing occurring surrounded by accumulated wisdom of ages, while his individual contribution to human knowledge lived on through insights and understanding that his sacrifice had enabled him to achieve during final period of intensive study and research. Jet's ambiguous end during confrontation with Longfeng in Ba Sing Se represented tragedy of someone whose dedication to fighting Fire Nation oppression had been corrupted by personal trauma and desire for vengeance that ultimately led him into association with forces that were as destructive and morally compromised as enemies he sought to oppose. His apparent death demonstrating how childhood suffering could create psychological patterns that made healthy relationships and effective resistance impossible, while leading to choices that seemed logical but were actually self-destructive. The injury that Long Feng inflicted during their underground confrontation was both tactical elimination of threat to his political control and personal attack on someone whose knowledge of Dai Li operations and willingness to share such puppy information with Team Avatar could expose carefully constructed systems of manipulation and social control that maintained artificial peace through suppression of truth and systematic elimination of dissenting voices that might inspire popular resistance to institutional corruption. The earthbending technique that caused Jet's fatal injury was precisely targeted to inflict maximum internal damage while leaving minimal external evidence of assault. Long Feng's mastery of earth manipulation, enabling forms of violence that were both devastating and subtle, while his understanding of human anatomy allowed him to create wounds that would be fatal but not immediately obvious to observers who lacked medical expertise or detailed knowledge of how elemental abilities could be applied to destruction of human life. The internal bleeding and organ damage that resulted from this attack were beyond healing capabilities that even Katara's advanced waterbending could provide. The precision and severity of injury, demonstrating how completely elemental mastery could be perverted from techniques intended for construction and cultivation into methods for systematic destruction of human life, while Jet's recognition of his fatal condition showed awareness that his choices and associations had led to circumstances where death was inevitable consequence of conflicts. He had engaged despite warnings and opportunities for different approaches. The mystery surrounding Jet's final fate reflected both practical limitations of available medical knowledge and symbolic uncertainty about whether redemption and healing were possible for individuals whose psychological development had been shaped by trauma and whose responses to injustice had been channeled into patterns of violence and revenge that ultimately consumed them, rather than serving constructive purposes that could contribute to ending systematic oppression and creating alternatives to cycles of violence that perpetuated suffering. The evidence suggesting his death included not just medical assessment of injuries, but practical recognition that someone in his condition could not survive without immediate and sustained medical intervention that was not available in underground tunnels where confrontation occurred, while his absence from subsequent freedom fighter activities suggested either death or incapacitation that prevented continued participation in resistance operations that had been central to his identity and sense of purpose throughout adolescence and young adulthood. Avatar Aang's temporary death during battle in crystal catacombs beneath Ba Sing Se represented moment when Fire Nation victory appeared, assured, and restoration of cosmic balance seemed impossible. His elimination by Azula's lightning, while in Avatar state threatening continuity of Avatar cycle, while demonstrating vulnerabilities that even cosmic consciousness could not overcome when spiritual focus on accessing ancient wisdom and accumulated power prevented adequate attention to immediate physical threats that operated according to conventional rather than supernatural principles. The circumstances that led to this catastrophic moment began with Team Avatar's infiltration of Ba Sing Se's underground chambers in attempt to expose Dai Li conspiracy and rescue Appa from captivity, their mission bringing them into direct confrontation with Fire Nation forces, whose presence in Earth Kingdom capital represented culmination of political manipulation and institutional corruption that had weakened resistance to Fire Nation expansion while creating opportunities for conquest through internal subversion rather than external military assault. Azula's presence in Crystal Catacombs reflected her role as agent of Fire Nation intelligence operations that had been undermining Earth Kingdom government and military capabilities for months through systematic recruitment of key officials and elimination of individuals who possessed knowledge or authority that could enable effective resistance to Fire Nation political and military pressure. Her abilities and training making her formidable opponent, whose tactical intelligence and elemental mastery were enhanced by psychological insight into human weakness and institutional vulnerability. The battle that erupted in underground chambers involved multiple participants whose different motivations and capabilities created complex tactical situation, where temporary alliances and shifting loyalties made prediction of outcomes impossible, while each combatant's individual abilities and limitations were tested against opponents whose strengths and weaknesses required constant adaptation of strategy and technique to maintain any hope of survival or success in achieving respective objectives. Zuko's decision to side with his sister rather than continuing cooperation with Team Avatar represented choice between family loyalty and moral principle that reflected psychological pressure and emotional manipulation that had shaped his development throughout childhood and adolescence, dominated by desperate attempts to gain father's approval and acceptance that had been withheld as a result of perceived inadequacy and failure to demonstrate qualities that Fire Nation culture valued in potential leaders and military commanders. The moment when Aang entered Avatar state represented both desperate attempt to access power necessary for overcoming overwhelming opposition and tragic miscalculation about threats that required attention to immediate physical dangers rather than spiritual communion with previous incarnations, whose accumulated wisdom and abilities could not provide adequate protection against precisely targeted attacks that exploited brief periods of vulnerability during consciousness expansion that Avatar state required. Azula's lightning attack was perfectly timed and expertly aimed, her technique demonstrating mastery of advanced firebending abilities, while her tactical understanding enabled her to recognize and exploit opportunity that presented itself during moments when Aang's consciousness was focused on spiritual rather than physical awareness. The precision of her assault, showing how completely she had analyzed Avatar capabilities and identified specific weaknesses that could be exploited through superior training and strategic thinking. The death that resulted from this lightning strike was complete and immediate, Aang's consciousness being severed from physical form, while Avatar state connection was traumatically interrupted in ways that threatened permanent damage to spiritual mechanisms that enabled reincarnation and continuity of cosmic service throughout successive lifetimes. The severity of injury, going beyond mere physical death to encompass spiritual trauma that could potentially end Avatar cycle permanently. Katara's response to this catastrophe demonstrated how love and determination could enable extraordinary healing achievements that exceeded normal limitations of waterbending abilities, while her access to spirit water from Northern Water Tribe provided resources that possessed supernatural properties beyond anything available through conventional sources. The sacred liquid's connection to moon spirit and cosmic forces, enabling restoration of life that would otherwise have been impossible through purely human agency and skill. The resurrection that followed represented miraculous intervention that combined advanced healing techniques with spiritual power that operated according to principles beyond normal understanding, while Katara's emotional investment in Aang's survival provided motivational force that enabled her to channel healing abilities beyond their usual limitations, her success demonstrating how personal bonds and spiritual resources could overcome what seemed like insurmountable obstacles when applied with sufficient dedication and understanding. Combustion Man's death, during his relentless pursuit of Avatar Aang through Fire Nation territory and beyond, represented elimination of threat that operated according to unique principles of elemental manipulation, while his demise, through explosion caused by disruption of his own specialized abilities, demonstrated how concentrated focus on single technique could become liability when opponents developed understanding of its mechanisms and limitations that could be exploited through creative tactical approaches. The assassin's combustion bending represented innovation in firebending applications that enabled devastating attacks from considerable distances, while his ability to create explosions through mental focus alone made conventional defensive measures inadequate for protecting against assault that could strike without warning or obvious preparation. His techniques requiring opponents to develop entirely new approaches to combat and survival that conventional military training had not anticipated or prepared them to handle effectively. The pursuit that characterized his final appearances was methodical and persistent, his dedication to completing assignment, demonstrating professional commitment that transcended normal considerations of personal safety or rational assessment of risks, involved in continued attacks on targets who had repeatedly demonstrated ability to escape or counter his assaults through combination of elemental abilities, tactical intelligence, and collaborative effort that made their elimination more difficult than original mission parameters had suggested. Sokka's intervention that ultimately caused Combustion Man's death was both desperate improvisation and brilliant tactical insight. His understanding of how the assassin's abilities functioned, enabling him to identify vulnerability that could be exploited through precisely timed attack on mechanical components that were essential for proper focusing and directing of combustion-bending energy, the boomerang's impact disrupting concentration at crucial moment when mental control was necessary for safe application of dangerous technique. The explosion that resulted from this disruption was both weapon turned against its wielder and demonstration of risks inherent in specialized techniques that required perfect mental and physical coordination to avoid catastrophic failure. Combustion Man's death representing poetic justice that used his own abilities against him, while showing how overconfidence in single approach could create vulnerabilities that more versatile opponents could exploit through careful observation and creative thinking about unconventional solutions. The fall from Western Air Temple that accompanied this final explosion ensured that death was complete and immediate, while architectural destruction that resulted from battle created additional hazards that made survival impossible, even if explosion itself had been survivable. The combination of multiple destructive forces ensuring that threat was permanently eliminated, while demonstrating how dangerous these confrontations had become for everyone involved in conflict that pushed participants beyond normal limitations of caution and restraint. Gilak's death during rebellion in Southern Water Tribe represented culmination of political extremism that had been building throughout post-war period as different factions struggled to define appropriate relationships between traditional values and modern realities that required adaptation and change for survival in world that had been transformed by century of warfare and cultural disruption, his fall from bridge, serving as symbol of failure to bridge gap between past and future through inflexible commitment to ideological positions that could not accommodate complexity of contemporary challenges. The nationalist movement that Gilak led reflected genuine concerns about cultural preservation and political autonomy that deserved serious consideration and respectful dialogue, while his methods and ultimate goals represented dangerous extremism that would have created more problems than solutions. If successful implementation had been achieved through violence and systematic elimination of individuals whose perspectives differed from narrow interpretation of proper tribal identity and acceptable approaches to maintaining traditional values, the confrontation on bridge that led to his death represented final attempt to prevent changes that seemed to threaten everything he valued about water tribe culture, while his willingness to accept death rather than compromise demonstrated a form of dedication that was admirable in its intensity, but tragically misdirected toward goals that would have harmed rather than protected people and institutions he claimed to serve. His sacrifice representing waste of passion and commitment that could have contributed constructively to cultural preservation if applied through different methods. The choice between survival and ideological purity that characterized his final moments revealed psychological patterns that made effective political participation impossible, while his rejection of help from individuals he viewed as enemies showed how completely extremist thinking could isolate people from sources of support and guidance that might have enabled more constructive approaches to addressing legitimate concerns about cultural change and political development that required collaboration rather than confrontation for successful resolution. The post-war era brought deaths that reflected both the natural passage of time and the lingering consequences of century-long conflict, each passing, marking transitions between generations whose different experiences of war and peace created competing visions of how newly restored world should develop, while honoring sacrifices that had made survival possible. The complexity of rebuilding civilization, requiring wisdom from those who remembered pre-war conditions, alongside energy and innovation from younger generations who understood contemporary challenges but lacked historical perspective that could prevent repetition of mistakes that had led to previous catastrophes. Sokka's natural death from old age represented conclusion of extraordinary life that had encompassed transformation from teenage warrior whose primary weapons were strategic thinking and unshakable determination into elder statesman, whose contributions to Republic City's founding and development demonstrated how individual intelligence and collaborative spirit could create institutions that served diverse populations while maintaining stability and justice that honored different cultural traditions without privileging any single approach to governance or social organization above others that might serve similar purposes through different methods. His contributions to post-war reconstruction had extended far beyond military strategy and tactical planning that had characterized his role during Team Avatar's adventures, encompassing development of legal frameworks, educational systems, and economic policies that enabled peaceful coexistence between peoples whose century of warfare had created deep suspicions and competing claims for resources and territory that required careful mediation and creative problem-solving to resolve without creating new sources of conflict that might undermine fragile peace that had been achieved through such enormous sacrifices. The humor that had sustained Sokka throughout most dangerous and discouraging periods of war continued to characterize his approach to political challenges and administrative responsibilities during Reconstruction. His ability to find comedy and absurdity in serious situations, helping to diffuse tensions and create atmosphere of cooperation rather than competition between individuals and groups whose different priorities and perspectives might otherwise have created irreconcilable conflicts that could threaten institutional stability and social harmony. The strategic mind that had enabled him to devise solutions to seemingly impossible military challenges proved equally valuable for addressing complex problems of urban planning, resource allocation, and intercultural communication that Republic City's development required. His talent for seeing patterns and connections that others missed, enabling innovations in governmental structure and social policy that created precedents for democratic governance, that balanced efficiency with representation while protecting minority rights and individual freedom. His marriage and family life provided foundation of personal happiness that sustained him through decades of public service, while demonstrating that dedication to larger causes could be maintained without sacrificing relationships and private satisfactions that made such service meaningful rather than mere obligation. His example showing younger generations that leadership required integration of personal and political values rather than compartmentalization, that treated public and private life as separate domains governed by different principles. The respect that Sokka earned from colleagues and citizens throughout Republic City reflected recognition that his contributions were motivated by genuine concern for collective welfare rather than personal ambition or desire for recognition. His willingness to support others' initiatives and share credit for achievements, creating atmosphere of collaboration that enabled more effective governance while encouraging participation from individuals who might otherwise have been reluctant to contribute their talents and perspectives to public projects. The final years of his life were marked by gradual withdrawal from active political involvement as younger leaders assumed greater responsibilities, though his advice and counsel continued to be sought by those who faced challenges that could benefit from his accumulated experience and historical perspective, his role evolving from direct participation to mentorship that helped preserve institutional knowledge while enabling adaptation to changing circumstances that required fresh approaches to familiar problems. The death that came to Sokka was peaceful and surrounded by family members and friends whose lives had been enriched by his presence and whose own achievements had been enhanced by his support and encouragement. His passing representing natural conclusion to life well lived rather than tragedy or untimely loss, though his absence left void in Republic City's leadership that could never be completely filled by others, whose talents were significant but different from unique combination of analytical intelligence and interpersonal warmth that had made him so effective as both strategist and collaborator. Avatar Aang's early death at biological age 66 represented profound loss that went beyond personal tragedy to encompass elimination of irreplaceable bridge between pre-war air nomad culture and post-war world that needed spiritual guidance and elemental wisdom for addressing challenges that conventional political and economic approaches could not resolve adequately. His premature passing being caused by spiritual and physical damage accumulated through centuries spent in Avatar state, suspended animation that had preserved his life while creating long-term health consequences that would ultimately prove fatal, despite apparent recovery and decades of active service. The strain that Avatar state preservation had imposed on his life force was not immediately apparent during years following his awakening from ice, his youthful energy and cosmic power seeming adequate to overcome whatever damage might have been caused by unprecedented suspension of normal biological processes. Though careful observers might have noticed signs of accelerated aging and unusual fatigue that suggested underlying health problems that conventional medicine could not identify or address through available treatments and healing technique. The spiritual dimensions of this damage were even more subtle and complex than physical effects, encompassing disruption of natural connections between consciousness and elemental forces that normally developed gradually through lifetime of training and spiritual practice, rather than being artificially accelerated through cosmic intervention that bypassed normal developmental processes while creating capabilities that exceeded what individual human consciousness was designed to sustain without adequate preparation and gradual adaptation. The responsibilities that Aang carried as both avatar and sole surviving air nomad created additional pressures that accelerated deterioration of health that might have been manageable if distributed among multiple individuals, or if circumstances had allowed for the kind of rest and recovery that spiritual healing required. His dedication to preserving air nomad culture while fulfilling avatar duties, creating impossible demands on time and energy that prevented adequate attention to personal welfare and long-term sustainability of his service. The family obligations that brought such joy to his personal life also contributed to stress that his damaged constitution could not sustain indefinitely. The need to balance parental responsibilities with cosmic duties, creating constant tension between individual happiness and universal service, while his determination to be present for his children's development competed with demands of avatar responsibilities that frequently required travel and intervention in crises that could not be postponed to accommodate family schedules and personal preferences. The recognition that his time was limited came gradually through symptoms and experiences that could no longer be ignored or attributed to temporary exhaustion. His conversations with healers and spiritual advisors, confirming what he had begun to suspect about accelerated aging and premature mortality, while providing context for understanding how avatar state preservation had created biological conditions that made normal lifespan impossible despite apparent recovery and decades of active service to world that desperately needed his guidance. The preparation for death that occupied increasing portions of his attention during final years involved both practical arrangements for preserving air nomad culture and spiritual preparation for transition that he knew was approaching. Despite relatively young chronological age, his instructions to air acolytes and guidance for Tenzin representing desperate attempt to transmit as much knowledge and wisdom as possible before opportunity for such transmission was lost forever through his premature death. The intensification of training and cultural education that characterized his final period of service reflected recognition that time was limited and essential knowledge could be lost if not properly preserved and transmitted to individuals who would carry forward air nomad traditions. After his death eliminated last direct connection to pre-war spiritual practices and philosophical understanding that had made air nomad civilization unique contribution to world culture and elemental mastery. The conversations with Katara about their life together and future possibilities were marked by mixture of gratitude for happiness they had shared and sadness over time that would be lost through premature separation, their discussions encompassing both immediate concerns about family welfare and larger questions about how air nomad traditions could survive without continuous avatar guidance and supervision that his death would eliminate just when such leadership was most crucial for successful cultural transmission. The White Lotus protocols that Aang established for locating and protecting his next incarnation reflected lessons learned from his own difficult childhood and recognition that future avatar would need different forms of support and guidance than he had received during chaotic period when Avatar training had been disrupted by war and institutional breakdown, his instructions emphasizing importance of allowing natural development while providing adequate security and education that could prepare young Avatar for responsibilities that seemed to grow more complex with each generation. The final illness that claimed his life was gradual decline rather than sudden crisis, his body slowly failing as spiritual damage accumulated beyond what healing arts could address, while consciousness remained clear and focused until final moments when physical form could no longer sustain Avatar spirit that had been maintained through such extraordinary circumstances and challenges throughout unprecedented lifetime of service and sacrifice. The death that came to Avatar Aang was peaceful and surrounded by love, his family providing emotional support, while spiritual advisors offered guidance about transition process and continuity of Avatar cycle that would ensure his essential service continued through reincarnation, even as individual personality and accumulated relationships were transformed through passage into different form of existence that preserved cosmic responsibilities while requiring completely new approaches to fulfilling universal purposes. Yakone's death represented conclusion of criminal career that had been motivated by desire for vengeance against Avatar, who had permanently removed his blood-bending abilities, his final years being consumed by systematic training of sons who were intended to carry forward family legacy of hatred and systematic opposition to Avatar authority through techniques and applications of waterbending that violated fundamental principles about proper relationships between elemental abilities and respect for human autonomy and dignity that civilized society required for maintaining justice and social stability. The grooming of Noatak and Tarlok for revenge against Avatar Aang represented corruption of parental responsibility and family bonds that transformed what should have been nurturing relationships into systematic preparation for lifetime of violence and opposition to cosmic balance, their father's obsession with restoring family honor through destruction of Avatar authority, creating psychological damage and moral confusion that would ultimately destroy both sons while accomplishing nothing constructive or meaningful beyond perpetuation of cycles of hatred and revenge. The blood-bending instruction that formed central component of their education was conducted in secret and involved techniques that required complete domination of other conscious beings. The training process itself violating principles of consent and individual autonomy, while creating capabilities that could only be used for purposes that treated human consciousness as object to be manipulated rather than fellow awareness, deserving of respect and consideration for rights and dignity that made civilized existence possible. Noatak's rebellion against his father's plans represented recognition that systematic hatred and revenge could not provide foundation for meaningful existence, while his apparent death during escape attempt eliminated possibility for family reconciliation and healing that might have enabled different approaches to addressing legitimate grievances about loss of abilities and social status that Avatar intervention had created, though such alternative approaches would have required abandonment of fundamental assumptions about proper relationships between individual power and collective welfare. The years of searching that followed Noatak's disappearance were marked by gradual realization that remaining son lacked temperament and dedication necessary for achieving goals that had consumed Yakone's life since losing bloodbending abilities, Tarlok's different personality and approach to power, making him unsuitable instrument for vengeance that required specific forms of ruthlessness and systematic commitment to destruction that his character could not sustain despite technical training and family pressure to fulfill expectations that had been established through decades of preparation. The despair that gradually overwhelmed Yokone as hope for revenge faded reflected recognition that his lifetime of hatred and systematic preparation for destruction had accomplished nothing meaningful while consuming relationships and opportunities that could have provided genuine satisfaction and contribution to society that dispersed his talents and energy for constructive rather than destructive purposes, his realization coming too late to enable different choices about how remaining years could be used more productively. The premature death that claimed him was caused by spiritual and emotional exhaustion that had accumulated through decades of maintaining hatred and resentment that corroded psychological health while preventing development of baiting development, relationships and interests that could have provided meaning and satisfaction beyond narrow focus on revenge that ultimately proved impossible to achieve through methods and resources that were available to someone whose abilities had been permanently eliminated through avatar intervention. Hiroshi Sato's redemption through death during final battle against Kuvira's mechanical forces represented transformation from terrorist who had devoted years to systematic elimination of benders through technological warfare into father whose ultimate sacrifice demonstrated that love for daughter was more important than ideological hatred that had been motivated by grief over wife's murder during Equalist raid, that had eliminated foundation of personal happiness and sense of security that had previously enabled successful business career and family life. The radicalization that had led to his involvement with anti-Bender terrorism was understandable response to personal tragedy and systemic inequalities that had made non-Benders vulnerable to exploitation and violence from Sumtian-Li, individuals whose elemental abilities provided advantages in economic competition and social status, though his methods and ultimate goals represented dangerous extremism that would have created more problems than solutions if successful implementation had been achieved through systematic elimination of entire population whose only crime was possessing abilities that were natural parts of their identity and spiritual development. The years spent developing technological weapons designed specifically for killing Benders represented perversion of engineering talents and business acumen that could have contributed constructively to Republic City's development if applied to civilian rather than military applications. His innovations in mechanized warfare, demonstrating how individual genius could be corrupted through personal grief and ideological hatred into force for destruction rather than construction of better alternatives to social conditions that had created legitimate grievances about inequality and systematic discrimination. The relationship with Asami that had been damaged through revelation of his terrorist activities represented one of most tragic aspects of his radicalization, their father-daughter bond being poisoned by discovery that someone she had trusted and admired throughout childhood had been systematically planning and implementing campaigns designed to eliminate people she cared about while using family business resources to fund activities that violated every principle of justice and human rights that civilized society required for maintaining peaceful coexistence between different groups. The recognition of his errors and beginning of redemption process came through confrontation with consequences of his choices and exposure to individuals whose character and dedication challenged assumptions about Benders that had been shaped by grief and hatred rather than objective assessment of reality. His gradual understanding that systematic elimination of entire population was neither practical nor morally justifiable, creating foundation for different approaches to addressing legitimate concerns about social inequality and political representation. The final mission that provided opportunity for redemption involved direct assault on technological threats that he had helped create during years of anti-Bender terrorism. His knowledge of mechanical systems and weapons technology, making him uniquely qualified to disable devices whose operation he understood better than anyone else involved in resistance efforts, though such intervention required personal sacrifice that demonstrated genuine commitment to protecting rather than destroying lives of people he had previously targeted for elimination. The decision to eject Asami from their shared combat vehicle before sacrificing himself to destroy Kuvira's weapon represented ultimate expression of parental love that transcended ideological hatred while demonstrating recognition that her survival and happiness were more important than his own continued existence, particularly since his past actions had created damage to their relationship that might never be completely healed, even if both survived the immediate crisis that required such desperate measures for resolution. The explosion that claimed his life was both tactical necessity for eliminating threat that conventional military action could not address, and symbolic transformation of technologies that had been designed for destruction into instruments of protection and preservation, his death representing successful completion of redemption process that had begun with recognition of error and culminated in sacrifice that served purposes opposite to everything he had worked toward during years of systematic terrorism and hatred. The impact of his sacrifice on Asami's development and future relationships was profound and lasting, providing example of how genuine love could overcome ideological extremism, while demonstrating that redemption was possible even for individuals whose choices had created enormous harm and suffering. Though such transformation required recognition of error, commitment to different principles, and willingness to pay whatever prices were necessary for serving constructive rather than destructive purposes that honored rather than violated human dignity and rights. The Korra era witnessed deaths that reflected new forms of conflict and spiritual challenge that had emerged during a period of rapid technological advancement and political transformation, each passing demonstrating how individual choices and ideological commitments could create consequences that extended far beyond personal relationships to encompass entire civilizations and spiritual realms whose stability depended on maintaining balance between competing forces that operated according to principles beyond conventional human understanding or control. The complexity of modern problems requiring solutions that integrated ancient wisdom with contemporary innovation, while honoring sacrifices that had made survival and progress possible. Tarlok and Noatak's murder-suicide on remote boat represented tragic conclusion to family legacy of hatred and bloodbending that had consumed multiple generations, while demonstrating how cycles of vengeance and systematic opposition to cosmic balance could ultimately destroy everyone involved regardless of their individual talents or political achievements, their deaths serving as warning about dangers that accompanied rejection of spiritual principles in favor of ideological extremism that treated human consciousness as resource to be manipulated rather than fellow awareness deserving respect and consideration for rights and dignity that civilized existence required. The escape that had brought both brothers to their final confrontation was accomplished through coordination between former enemies whose shared understanding of bloodbending techniques and family history enabled cooperation that transcended political differences and opposing goals that had shaped their adult careers. Their ability to work together, despite fundamental disagreements about proper approaches to social change, demonstrating how personal bonds could survive ideological conflicts when circumstances required collaboration for mutual survival and practical achievement of objectives that served both their interests. The journey away from Republic City aboard stolen vessel was initially marked by tentative optimism about possibilities for rebuilding relationship that had been destroyed through years of political opposition and systematic deception. Their conversations during early phases of escape, revealing genuine affection and mutual respect that had survived despite manipulation and betrayal that had characterized their interactions throughout period when Noatak's secret identity as Aemon had made honest communication impossible while creating circumstances that forced them into roles as public enemies. But Tarlok's gradual recognition that their family's bloodbending abilities represented fundamental threat to social stability and individual freedom created internal conflict between loyalty to brother and recognition that continuation of their bloodline would inevitably lead to future generations of individuals whose capabilities could be used for domination and systematic violation of human autonomy, regardless of their personal character or political intentions. The genetic inheritance that enabled bloodbending without full moon enhancement being too dangerous to preserve even through individuals who might attempt to use such abilities responsibly. The realization that their father's systematic training and indoctrination had created psychological damage that might never be completely healed added urgency to Tarlok's growing conviction that ending their bloodline was necessary for preventing future repetition of patterns that had already caused enormous suffering, while demonstrating how individual trauma could be transmitted across generations through family relationships that should have provided healing and support rather than perpetuation of hatred and systematic preparation for violence and revenge. The electrified glove that Tarlok prepared for their final confrontation represented both practical method for ensuring complete destruction and symbolic rejection of bloodbending heritage that had defined their family identity for generations. His decision to use technology rather than elemental abilities for ending their lives, demonstrating recognition that their waterbending capabilities were source of corruption rather than natural gifts that could be used for constructive purposes within civilized society that required respect for individual autonomy and democratic governance. The final conversation between brothers encompassed acknowledgement of love and regret, alongside recognition that their continued existence would create ongoing threats to social stability and individual freedom that outweighed personal desires for survival and continued relationship. Their acceptance of death, representing mature understanding of consequences and responsibilities that transcended individual happiness or family bonds, when such considerations conflicted with broader moral obligations to protect innocent people from future harm. The explosion that destroyed their vessel was both practical elimination of evidence and spiritual cleansing that removed bloodbending capabilities from world where such abilities had proven too dangerous for preservation, regardless of intentions or character of individuals who possessed them. Their deaths representing successful conclusion of family legacy that had been shaped by trauma and hatred, while creating possibilities for future generations to develop waterbending abilities according to traditional principles that emphasized healing and community service rather than domination and systematic violation of human rights. The impact of their deaths on Republic City's political development was significant but largely positive. Elimination of bloodbending threat, enabling more stable democratic institutions, while their example provided warning about dangers that accompanied rejection of spiritual principles in favor of ideological extremism that treated individual consciousness as object to be manipulated rather than fellow awareness deserving protection and respect for inherent dignity and autonomy that democratic society required for maintaining justice and social harmony. Queen Haoting's death through suffocation, orchestrated by Zahir, represented elimination of political authority that had become corrupt and oppressive, while demonstrating how individual commitment to anarchist philosophy could justify murder that was intended to serve abstract principles about proper social organization, rather than immediate protection of innocent lives or prevention of systematic injustice. Her assassination marking beginning of period when traditional governmental structures would be challenged through violence, rather than democratic processes that might have enabled peaceful reform. The Queen's reign had been characterized by policies and personal behavior that reflected contempt for subjects whose welfare should have been primary concern for legitimate governmental authority. Her treatment of subordinates and systematic exploitation of national resources for personal luxury, creating conditions that made political opposition seem justified, while her specific decisions about eliminating airbenders and consuming sacred animals demonstrated complete abandonment of moral constraints that should have limited acceptable methods for achieving political goals and maintaining social order. The decision to eliminate her through airbending technique that removed oxygen from her lungs was both practical method for assassination that avoided conventional weapons and symbolic application of elemental abilities that had traditionally been associated with spiritual development and harmony, rather than systematic murder and political terrorism. Zahir's perversion of airbending principles representing corruption of air nomad philosophy that transformed techniques intended for transcendence and enlightenment into instruments of destruction and systematic elimination, institutional authority. The suffocation process was gradual and terrifying for victim whose understanding of airbending had been limited to academic knowledge rather than personal experience of how elemental manipulation could affect human physiology. Her death representing first direct encounter with abilities that operated according to principles beyond conventional understanding, while demonstrating how quickly political authority could become meaningless when confronted with forces that exceeded normal categories of resistance and opposition. The public announcement of her death that Zahir broadcast throughout Earth Kingdom was intended to inspire popular uprising and systematic elimination of governmental authority, while creating atmosphere of chaos and uncertainty that would prevent organized resistance to anarchist philosophy that viewed all forms of institutional power as inherently corrupt and deserving of destruction, regardless of their specific policies or approaches to serving collective welfare and maintaining social stability. The immediate consequences of royal assassination included breakdown of central authority and emergence of regional conflicts that created exactly the kind of social chaos that Zahir's philosophy predicted would lead to natural harmony and individual freedom, though actual results were systematic violence and economic collapse that harmed innocent people far more than previous governmental oppression, while demonstrating how destruction of institutional authority could create conditions worse than problems that such elimination was supposed to solve. The Red Lotus deaths during their final confrontation with Avatar Korra and her allies represented elimination of coordinated threat to political stability, while demonstrating how individual dedication to abstract principles could lead to choices that ultimately destroyed everything valuable about relationships and capabilities that could have contributed constructively to social development if applied through different methods that honored rather than rejected spiritual wisdom about proper relationships between individual freedom and collective responsibility. Poli's death during battle at Northern Air Temple was caused by metal helmet that Suyin Beifong wrapped around her head just as combustion bending technique was being employed, the precise timing creating explosion that was contained rather than directed outward, while demonstrating how coordination between allies could overcome seemingly insurmountable individual capabilities when tactical intelligence, elemental mastery, were combined with understanding of opponents' methods and limitations that could be exploited through creative problem-solving. The combustion bending that had made Pli so formidable as terrorist weapon was specialized technique that required perfect mental focus and precise physical coordination for safe application. Her abilities representing years of training and development that had been devoted to destruction rather than construction, while creating capabilities that were devastating when properly controlled, but became fatal liability when circumstances prevented adequate concentration and technique that such specialized elemental manipulation required for survival. The explosion that claimed her life was both tactical success for forces defending Air Temple and personal tragedy that eliminated someone whose individual talents and capabilities could have contributed significantly to social development if applied through methods that honored rather than violated spiritual principles about proper relationships between elemental abilities and service to collective welfare, rather than systematic destruction of institutional authority and social stability. Ghazan's death during cave collapse that he created through lava bending represented desperate attempt to eliminate opponents while sacrificing himself for principles that had consumed his adult life. His willingness to accept death rather than capture, demonstrating commitment to anarchist philosophy that made survival seem less important than avoiding imprisonment that would prevent continued service to ideological goals that had become more meaningful than personal relationships or individual happiness and fulfillment that normal existence could provide. The lava bending technique that caused cave collapse was both weapon against enemies and method of suicide that reflected his understanding that capture would mean prolonged interrogation and systematic elimination of Red Lotus, network that had been built through years of careful recruitment and preparation for coordinated assault on governmental authority throughout world, his sacrifice being intended to protect fellow conspirators while demonstrating dedication that transcended personal survival instincts when circumstances required choice between individual welfare and collective ideological commitment. The destruction that resulted from his final earthbending created geological instability that threatened everyone present regardless of their political affiliations or tactical objectives. The indiscriminate nature of such violence, demonstrating how anarchist philosophy could lead to actions that harmed innocent people, alongside intended targets, while creating consequences that exceeded original intentions through unleashing forces that could not be controlled or directed with precision necessary for achieving specific political goals without massive collateral damage. Minghua's death through electrocution, when Mako directed lightning into pool where she was employing waterbending techniques, represented elimination of opponent whose unique abilities and creative applications of elemental opponent manipulation had made conventional defensive measures inadequate. Her demise, demonstrating how individual elemental mastery could be overcome through understanding of scientific principles that governed interaction between different forms of energy and matter, regardless of spiritual or philosophical frameworks that shaped traditional approaches to bending. The waterbending techniques that Minghua had developed to compensate for physical disabilities were innovative and effective applications of elemental abilities that demonstrated how individual determination and creative intelligence could overcome apparent limitations while creating capabilities that exceeded what conventional training and normal physical development might have achieved. Her skills representing triumph of will and innovation over circumstance that could have inspired others if applied to constructive rather than destructive purposes. The lightning that ended her life was precisely targeted application of firebending ability that exploited fundamental physical laws governing electrical conductivity and water's properties as medium for energy transmission. Mako's technique, demonstrating how scientific understanding could enhance traditional elemental abilities, while his tactical intelligence enabled recognition of opportunity that presented itself during moments when opponents' methods created vulnerability that could be exploited through creative application of different elemental principles. The coordination between Avatar Korra and her allies during these confrontations demonstrated how cooperation and mutual support could overcome individual opponents whose capabilities seemed insurmountable when considered separately, their success representing triumph of collaborative approach over anarchist philosophy that rejected institutional authority while creating its own forms of rigid ideological control that limited individual freedom as much as governmental oppression that Red Lotus members claim to oppose through systematic violence and terrorism. The survival of Zahir following elimination of his allies created ongoing threat that required different approaches to containment and rehabilitation. His continued existence, providing opportunity for understanding motivations and philosophical frameworks that had enabled intelligent and capable individuals to justify systematic murder and destruction of social institutions, while his pained imprisonment offered possibility that dialogue and patient education might eventually enable recognition of errors and development of constructive alternatives to anarchist extremism that had consumed his adult life. The legacy of Red Lotus deaths extended beyond immediate elimination of terrorist threat to encompass broader questions about relationships between individual freedom and collective responsibility that would continue to influence political development and social policy throughout period when traditional governmental structures were being challenged by technological advancement and cultural change that required new approaches to maintaining stability while honoring legitimate desires for individual autonomy and democratic participation in decisions that affected community welfare and social development. And so we reach the end of our journey through the deaths that shaped the Avatar world, each ending carrying the seeds of new beginnings. From ancient warlords to beloved heroes, from spirits choosing mortality to humans ascending beyond flesh, death in this universe is never truly final. It is transformation, continuation, the eternal dance between ending and renewal. Avatar Aang became Avatar Korra. Rava was reborn from light, and even in the darkest moments, hope persisted through the cycle of rebirth and remembrance. As you drift towards sleep, remember that these stories teach us death is not defeat but passage, not conclusion but transition. The greatest characters faced their endings with courage, love, and acceptance, knowing their actions would ripple through time to touch lives they would never see. Rest peacefully now, knowing that like the Avatar cycle itself, your own story continues through every life you touch, every kindness you offer, every moment of beauty you create or preserve. In dreams and in waking, the cycle continues, eternal and unbroken.